welcome to the regular and special meeting of November 15th of the City of San Clemente City Council. Oh, thank you. I'm going to start over again. Welcome to I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the regular and special meeting of the November 15th meeting of the San Clemente City Council. Welcome, everyone. We have an invocation by Katie Nickel. Still, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. We have an invocation by Katie Nickel, the State Communication Director, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Ms. Nickel, thank you. Please rise.
Our Father in heaven, how grateful we are to be gathered here today on this beautiful day. We are grateful for our country and for the freedoms we enjoy. We are grateful for those who serve our country and who protect our freedoms and for their families. We are thankful for the leaders of this great nation. Please guide and direct them. We are especially grateful for our local leaders and all the time and effort they put into their service. We ask a blessing on them, that they will rely on Thee to make important decisions. We ask that You bless them with wisdom, health, and a desire to work together for the good of our community. At this time of year, we ask that we will be more aware and sensitive to those who are in need, and that we will have love and charity in our hearts. We express gratitude and love for Thee. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Mr. Cabral, can you come to the speaker's podium and recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us, please? Sure. Please put your hand over your heart. I will.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. So, roll call. Let the record show that 4 members are here present. Knobloch, Ferguson, Ward, and James. And Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, are you on the line with us?
Yes, I am.
Yes, he is. So let the record reflect all council members are here.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
We aren't going to be able to see the Mayor Pro Tem in our meeting tonight. I was told he was appearing by Zoom.
That's what I thought.
The other thing is I was not able to hear him at all. It was inaudible. It's on.
Yeah, I'm pretty ill. Would prefer to have the video off because I think it will just show me on the whole big screen. I'll try to speak louder if you're having trouble hearing.
Thank you.
I'm unable to hear.
Okay, so city manager's dealing with this technical difficulty. Okay, we're good. Can you hear me now? So the first thing I'm going to do this evening is actually make a motion. Council knows there's going to be a lot of public interest in item 4D, the second reading of the memorial care senior housing ordinances. I'd like to remove that from the consent calendar and ask for council consensus to take that item up during the latter portion of our regular meeting. So at 7 o'clock, we will do that. Can I get a?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Ask Councilmember Duncan.
Yeah,
I'm an aye.
So that passes 3-2 with Ferguson and Knobloch voting no. So we will hear that item probably about 7:07, 7:10, right after special presentations this evening. So, City Clerk.
Yes. Could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and
So moved.
ordinances?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion by James, second by Ward. All voted in favor.
Are there any items that need to be agendized?
No.
Okay. Oral communications. Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Speakers may address council during one time during either oral communications part 1 or part 2. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. And we do have a few cards.
How many do we have?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Please.
First speaker will be Amanda Q, followed by Don Urbanek, followed by Sharon Diner, followed by Scott Diner.
Hello, council members and staff. Can you, I have a presentation, please. Next slide, please. The Burger Stop was an iconic area to eat. Next sign. A treasure in Burger Stop is lost. This is from the San Clemente Times article. And next slide, please. Tom and Bonnie Barnes wrote a letter to the editor regarding the Burger Stop. As we look at the mass of freeway concrete replacing it, we wonder about the cost or progress. Life in San Clemente is diminished by the closure of this treasured eatery, another successful small business sacrificed to progress. Next slide, please. The HOV lanes, this is the general location of the HOV lanes that are planned in San Clemente. Next slide, please. And in the green, you could see all that west of the I-5 freeway is going to be under the Coastal Commission. And this was brought up at the April 19th, 2022 City Council meeting. Next slide, please. On a conversation with Lance Larson on speaker with my attorney present, he mentioned that they are going to possibly be looking into that or studying that in their EIR. This is a visual simulation from Bonnie Barnes because the TSA had the same scenario of that. Next slide, please. Alternatives, this was from a previous study in 2019, and if you look at alternative 2, one purpose general lane in each direction, alternative 3A, one HOV lane in each direction, which is that, and then 3B is basically a managed lane, which is a toll lane. Next slide, please. In that 2019 study, it mentions the right-of-way, and it mentions where it could, the potential areas. Mentions San Clemente High School, Concordia, the state park, and whatnot. Next slide, please. But what's important is, at these OCTA scoping meetings, they said that they did not have any kind of land or property set aside. That's false. In 2019, they already had studied this, and it says here, both alternative 2 and 3A could result in partial acquisitions in 4 parcels, which consist of 3 residential properties and 1 commercial business, and temporary construction easements in 7 parcels. So, and then alternative 3A are estimated to require approximately 956 square feet of additional right-of-way. So that's really very important, very significant, as well as the other one, 3B, for toll lanes, could result in partial acquisitions in 9 parcels which consists of 8 residential properties and 1 commercial business. So they lied. Thank you.
Don Urbanek.
I came tonight to present you with a notice of a complaint filed against me where 4 people from the city of San Clemente filed criminal charges of me regarding 3 one-sentence emails I wrote to you. That's called free speech. So I still don't know which 4 people did this, but I have some good ideas. And then I also want to give you notice that I'm filing a complaint with the State Bar for attorney misconduct, and that is going to Scott Smith, Chris Duncan, Steve Knobloch, Todd Allen Spitzer, DA, and DA Patrick Ronald Spires. And then I'm going to go to my hearing on December 1st, I think it is. That's what this is. And I'm going to plead not guilty, and then when I get my jury trial and I win, I'm going to sue the city and the county for malicious prosecution, and I will win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Diner.
Hi, I'm here to present some questions on a STLU, a short-term lodging unit application that was given to our neighbor, I guess, via lawsuit. It got extended at 2813 La Ventana. And our neighbors are very upset with this because he's now reapplying, and apparently he was just granted the STLU without anyone knowing because we weren't aware of the lawsuit. So we have some questions that we'd like to present regarding this because he did operate prior for 2 years. I only had to live through 3 months of it, and it was extremely painful. We have other neighbors that had to endure the entire time, and it was extremely disruptive to their daily life. It wasn't a well-controlled, nice Airbnb, which nobody's against Airbnbs, but this location feeds into too many other properties, and it does not make for a nice private atmosphere. So some of our questions, so it was regarding address at 2813 La Ventana with Peter Shriekley. And going to just go through some of the questions. I have the questions also printed if you want a copy so you don't have to write down. And I'll just go through them, and then my husband Scott's coming up after me to finish my list. All right, so the first question, and these are just in relationship to his agreement, so we'll have to pull that out later. But on the agreement, the plaintiff had said that his lease or his permit had naturally ended in May of 2018, but he operated in May, June, and July until the city shut him down in August of 2018. So we're confused why it says that on the agreement that he actually claimed that he contended that it expired. That's on the past part. Now we're going through for he's reapplying and he, I guess, got his STLU, and he was to give the neighbors a notice. His notice was incomplete, and I have a copy of that. It didn't include any of what the city required. It just had his name. It was in a very generic envelope to hopefully be misconstrued as junk mail, and it was dated in October, but mailed in later, a week later, 10 days later in November, during a holiday weekend. So it was obviously sent to disappear in the mail. And it doesn't include any of the, other than his name and contact, it doesn't include any of the requirements that the city requires on the letter. So I do have a photocopy of that and the envelope that it came with, just to point that out. So the letter should not count, and I believe he's probably going to sign the notice to you guys saying he did notice all the neighbors, but he did not do it correctly. And it just shows with his noncompliance. He is a chronic noncomplier, and he did not manage his property well prior. He does not live in the state. So we have questions also for clarification.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
Ms. Diner, please contact me, and I'll set up a meeting with the city attorney
Okay.
for you and your husband.
Okay, and should he present the other questions?
Yes.
Hi, Scott Diener. So we're 2 days into this, but we have all the neighbors and all 300 feet of compliance who are going to kind of come to that meeting, which we certainly appreciate talking through this because it was a surprise. We don't want the buses coming again. We don't want the neighbor. This was wedding ceremonies, parties because of where the location is. So it wasn't just a normal Airbnb. And so when you've got all of a sudden 10 cars and you got buses going to different places, it was really disruptive. So when we look at the questions and you have them, request clarification on the 10-year zoning permit. Why 10 years? Because he is non-compliant, and obviously he got shut down for good reason, and yet he was given a 10-year permit, which none of us were even advised to, so he sued the city. Obviously, he won, got 10 years, and now all the neighbors in all directions, adjacent in every direction, are now saying, why? So we're looking to understand and how to, I guess, play within the rules, but then also his side, what is he going to do to make sure he is compliant? And then what do we do as neighbors if he's not compliant? Is it called code enforcement? Is it called the police? What is it? Because we're certainly not going to live through that again. And we appreciate the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Could we ask the city attorney, when that meeting takes place, to be sure and communicate to the rest of the council what the result of that
Yeah,
meeting
thanks a lot.
is?
We'll get you some notes for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item E, and 4D has been deferred to later in the meeting.
Okay, of course, we've already taken 4D off and moved it to after 7 p.m. And council, do you have any? I'm going to have one. So I'm going to request removal of 4B, subparagraph 3, zoning administrator minutes. And this has to do with a beer and wine license. And I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it this evening, but it will go to a public hearing on December the 6th, I believe.
Hold on, I need to find that first. 4B,
4B, subparagraph 3,
number 3.
zoning administrator.
Okay. Oh, wait, that's what's wrong. I don't know. It's 4B, what it should be numbered.
Sorry,
4B what?
3.
Oh, 3, thank you. So it's a zoning administrator? Are we calling up to come back to the city council?
Yes,
Okay, I'll second that.
thank you. Does that require a vote? Doesn't require a vote. I can just pull it.
Right now it's just pulled.
We're just pulled.
Oh, so-
Okay?
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to move for the balance.
Second?
Motion by James, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Point of order, I'm not hearing Mr. Duncan at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute, but yeah, you were right. That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk?
Yes, so item B3, that's the zoning administrator regular meeting minutes of November 3rd, 2022.
So, City Attorney, that will come back as a public hearing, will it not?
Yes, it's a hearing de novo.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
completely from scratch.
City Clerk?
Okay, was that the only item on the minutes?
Yep.
Will come back? So there were no other items that you
No,
need to
we-
approve?
And we just voted to move the balance.
Okay,
I'll
all
second
right
that.
then.
We did it already.
I think we have to do it on that item if you pulled it.
We did that.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Okay, the next item is item E, which is a contract award for the Richard T. Steed Memorial Park pickleball design. And I do have 3 cards. First speaker will be Amanda Q, followed by Concerned Resident, followed by Marty Weinberg.
Hello, council members. I'm just kind of wondering why this is on the agenda here, because it did not go to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Committee. So there's a procedural issue there, and so that needs to be kicked out. Plus, in addition to that, there was no public input from the BP and our Beaches, Parks, and Recreation. So there is another one. So no public input. And third, with no funding for this project. And if we're going to talk about having a STEED park, I already filed a complaint regarding ADA issues with the ADA compliance officer, Department of Justice, which was turned into the Department of the Interior. So if you're going to do any kind of STEED parks, you have to address the ADA issues at San Gorgonio Park and Maxburg Park. Also, there's no traffic study, no EIR, no CEQA, of course, and then this exceeds the scope of the 4 pickleball courts, and it is 16, so this goes beyond. So I'm really appalled why this is going through here without going to the right channels and to first the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation first. This isn't right. This needs to be stopped, taken off the agenda immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
We'll have a staff report.
Oh, thank you.
I have one slide, please. I mean, talk about putting the cart before the horse. I have no idea what's going on here. You're being asked to spend over $400,000 on a design project that has never been approved. It's never presented to you. It's never been presented to Beaches and Parks. I've never had an opportunity to talk about it, so why would we spend $400,000 on something that we don't know is ever going to happen? And specifically, on December 21st, 2021, council directed staff that their priority number 1 was to install a minimum of 4 pickleball courts in STEED before other park construction projects. We don't even have the CEQA. 5 weeks ago, I was told by our city manager that the CEQA is not going to be done till late spring. So I object to any of this. It has not, as Amanda had said so eloquently, it has not followed any of our procedures. The only project you approved is to get 4 pickleball courts in STEED ASAP. You need to deny this request. You need to have staff reminded that all park master plans are on hold. Staff's time and our tax dollars need to be spent on what the city's top priority is and continues to be 4 courts in STEED Park. $400,000 here could go a long way to accomplishing that. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Weinberg, followed by Brad Malamed.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. I'm Marty Weinberg, USA Pickleball Ambassador for the City of San Clemente. I'm here this afternoon because pickleball is on the agenda, and I'd like to say a few words on behalf of pickleball. The pickleball community, we are thrilled, and we are in favor of the city building a new pickleball project at STEED Memorial Park. And this is the first I heard of the 4 courts. I always thought it was 16 courts, and the reason why we were leaving was San Gorgonio Park was because of the noise complaints and the traffic complaints and all the other issues. So this is the first I heard about 4 courts. But I believe that we've outgrown San Gorgonio Park. I think it's time to move on to STEED once the courts are finished. And I do understand that we've had the noise complaints and the parking complaints, traffic complaints, and other issues. So it's refreshing to know that this won't be an issue at STEED Memorial Park. Pickleball is important to many people in the community of San Clemente. We now have several hundred people playing pickleball in San Clemente. And it's not like it was 4 or 5 years ago when I first approached council to discuss pickleball. Not many people knew what pickleball was even about. And I recall a few of us bringing paddles down when we would speak, and we would try to explain what pickleball was. But now we have so many people playing. We have not just seniors. Back then, it was probably 35 or 40 seniors, and now we have families playing. We have kids and teenagers, adults, and stay-at-home moms and dads, and of course, we still have the seniors. But it's pretty overwhelming with how many people we have playing at our courts. And also, I'd like to reinforce that pickleball remains the fastest growing sport in San Clemente and in our country. A couple years ago, I used to know everyone that was at San Clemente pickleball, and now it's just overwhelming how many new faces. I just can't keep up with the new people that are there. So, in closing, I'm going to be brief. I'm just pleased that the city has a proposed project at STEED Memorial Park, and I'm sure it'll be state-of-the-art since it's new construction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I want to start by going off a little bit on the topic and thank Joanne Bade for all the years of service she's done. I know there's going to be a new city clerk, but the city should be proud of all the work she's done, and the citizens sure are. And on this item, the agenda report is pure malfeasance. For years, I've been telling the council that the staff is supposed to provide a report that explains all the issues so the council can act on it. You've already heard all the problems. You know, the city council is the boss, not the staff, and this report is not only inadequate, but for all the reasons people said, it doesn't even answer any of the questions the council should be asking tonight. You know, it exceeds the scope of what council requested. That's where staff took over and didn't follow what council's guidance was. The EIR is not going to be available till spring. Why would the council spend $400,000? The EIR may say you can't build it there. Why would you ever spend that money before the EIR is completed? There's no funding for the $8 million. Where is that funding source? $8 million for 16 courts. It didn't go through the right committees. I could go on. And 16 courts, right now there's 8. And a large portion of those are non-San Clemente people. Is this city really going to build 8 more courts for more? If you build it, they will come. And you're not charging. You charge for golf. Are you going to charge for pickleball? Is that how you're going to recoup the $8 million? And what happens when it overruns? So without identifying it, this item is so premature, kick it to the next council and kick it back to staff to provide a report that tells you what's going on. Like I said, this is malfeasance what you have in front of you. You're going to spend $8 million plus $400,000 plus who knows how much more, and you're going to do that on a one-page report? Further, that shows that this is the other malfeasance. It says that there were 3 bids, I think, may have been 4, and there was one that was $40,000 to $60,000 less. And the only explanation is one sentence: we think they're the best group. Well, then why didn't we pick Rod's Tree Service? Everybody wanted them. We picked the lowest bid because the staff said they're required to do that. Now, when it fits their purpose, they're picking a higher bid. What's the law? Why hasn't Scott gone in on this and told us why they're able to pick $60,000 more? And more importantly, $400,000 to build 16 concrete courts and a bathroom? What's that about? How's that even reasonable? Has everybody lost their collective minds if you vote for $400,000? How about asking one of the citizens or a group of architects and development citizens to draft the first draft and to get everything done and provide something that the council can come back and say, yeah, we like that design. Now let's hire a company to just finish it. Why do we need other people, outsiders, to spend $400,000 to design a simple 16-court complex? There's nothing simpler I can think of. But thank you very much. Hope you do the right thing and kick this down and let the next council take care of it. Joanne, good job.
Thank you. Do we have a staff report? City manager?
We are happy to make a presentation right now. I'll ask Kyle and Samantha
They're coming.
to do so.
Here they are.
Good evening, Council. Kyle Koger, Public Works Director. The item for you tonight is to award a contract with RJM consulting firm to provide pickleball courts at Steed Park. This project has gone to the Beach and Parks Commission, I believe, and they had say in the process. This project was identified as a priority by council in the last fiscal year budget to move forward on, and so that's what we're bringing to you tonight. As far as the 400,000, there's a architect with 6 subconsultants to provide civil engineering, structural engineering, irrigation design, electrical engineering, landscape architecture. It also includes bid and construction support services, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Council?
Thank you. What prevents us from just hiring one of our neighbors to design or build the pickleball courts?
There were 5 consultants that proposed on the job, and so these are professional firms, so we don't necessarily just take the low bid. We look at, all 5 proposals. I believe a panel interviewed 4 of what they felt were the best firms, and based on experience and checking references and all that good stuff, they determined RGAM was the best one to go with.
But when we actually do a project in San Clemente, isn't it true that we have to pay prevailing wage? And we can't just hire some local contractor who's not an approved contractor, doesn't have the requirements to do a city project. Is that true?
That's correct. We have to pay, if the city is funding a project, there has to be prevailing wages that are paid.
Okay, I appreciate that, because we've heard that before on other projects. Contractors will come in and say, I'll just do it for $100,000, and we can't actually do that. So these are projects for the public, and they have to be engineered and designed, like you said, and design is not cheap when you're doing all the things that you just listed that have to go into making up these courts.
We estimated about 7 months to do the design work, and so that's a lot of sub-consultants, that's why it's so expensive.
Okay, and so someone else said that CEQA is going to be in the spring, but we're doing the design and getting everything ready and applying for CEQA to get that approval.
Yes, ma'am, it's a joint process.
Okay.
So as you're going through design, you're going through all the environmental.
Right, so what is the next step for budget for the council for this next year? Is that actually looking at possibilities of when we could build it, and then maybe the 3rd year it would get actually constructed?
Right, so this is all the design work we expect to be done mid next year. So I guess it's possible we could put the construction costs, if we know what they're going to be in next year's budget. Maybe we have to wait another year. And I'm not sure if construction funding has been identified. Usually we do the design, permitting 1 year, and then construction to follow.
All right, well, I appreciate the time that was taken for this, because I know you're responding to council, and this is actually a budgeted item. So when some of the residents said this is not budgeted, it actually was part of our budget and was in response to our initial park master plan at San Gorgonio. We moved the courts to STEED, and we budgeted this item, and I believe council made it a priority, which $400,000 to design, it's not cheap to design things, public projects. But this is the commitment we made to put in new pickleball courts. So I thank you very much for all of staff time.
Mr. Noblock.
Kyle, what's the timeline on the track between getting the EIR and a project designed so that the EIR knows what to analyze? You said they're concurrent. How concurrent? Which comes first? And what's your timing on that?
That's a good question. Usually when the design is about 30, well, really when it's conceptual, the environmental regulatory agencies want to see what you're planning. And then once you hit about 30% design, they'll really start looking at the features and what they will and won't agree to.
What was the response of the Harbor Beach or the Parks and Beaches Department or the Commission? What was their response? So you said you went to them, and there's a reference to it, but what did they actually do? Did they take a vote on this particular project?
Good evening. Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. If I can answer that question, the concept design for STEED Park and all of our 5 master plans that we were working on went to the Beaches Parks and Rec Commission in December of '21. So they approved or recommended approval of this concept design that puts up to 16 pickleball courts at STEED Park. And so for some refresher on history, we're here now because council wanted to expedite that process. And in doing so, we're simultaneously also running the EIR with a consultant. Council approved that as well previously. So that is expected to land in early spring of '23.
So you won't be going back to beaches, parks, and recreation at all?
That's correct. So the next step will really be to come to council to adopt the CEQA findings, whatever that comes out to be, and also adopt the plan that this RJM is going to be working on as well.
I want to back up a little bit to the bidding process. You mentioned that the $50,000 additional amount in the contract was included because they were just better in the opinion of your committee. Can you tell me why they're better and what was the reason for going to the not low bidder? Beyond what you've already said, they just liked them better and they were quote better.
Yeah, I think Samantha was on the panel, but I believe that they thought they had more experience and working with other cities and doing these types of projects. So the low bid was around $345,000. The high bid was around $463,000. So they're kind of in the middle. But.
Is there something unique about these parks? I mean, the pickleball courts are pretty much a slab. You've got some aesthetic issues and some structural issues on the cover and so forth. But can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, I think jointly probably Kyle and I can handle that. So RJM particularly, we liked them because they have a broader depth of experience related to pickleball facility development. And I think as this council is looking to establish what intends to be a facility for the future for many decades to come, we want to put our best design forward. And RJM appears to be able to accomplish that based on other experiences and their portfolio that they provided for us. They also have a really good team of folks to include professional pickleball players who are going to look to make sure our courts are facing the correct way. There's some very specific logistics that we want to make sure our facility is established and built correctly. We've seen parks not be built correctly, and we're paying for those even to this day. So that was really the effort in selecting RJM. Now, with the rest of the contract, there's going to be, I believe, soil testing. There's a lot of other elements that are going to go in to this project that haven't been discovered, including utilities. That we'll be doing a lot of GIS mapping as well. That's going to, it's because we're looking to add a bathroom. There's many other facilities that are going to build upon this. So again, we're trying to use all of our funding as appropriately as possible to not have to backtrack at a later date as well.
What are the issues you mentioned, the courts not being placed appropriately? You're talking about angle of the sun or what?
Yeah, and to the best of my knowledge, because it's not really my wheelhouse either, it has to do with the wind and the direction of the sun and kind of that setup, if you will.
And the other firm wasn't capable of considering where the sun sets and how?
They are, but this firm out the gate mentioned that at the forefront, which tells us that they are professionals in this area. They've done this before, and they know the ins and outs of pickleball court development within California and outside California as well.
Okay, the last comment and concern that I have with this item is, again, I mentioned this, it seems like at almost every meeting when a contract comes up. Again, we have a contract that allows for a 2-year time frame. And I know, Kyle, I know you're going to tell me that you expect this work to be done well within the time frame. My concern is that our contracts should be for a service and give them a time certain, and not have a time frame that the contract is good for from the January 30th to January 30th, basically 2-year contract. Why don't we contract to say, I want the results and I want it by this date, as opposed to saying the contract has a lifetime of 2 years, which means if for whatever reason the economy goes south, they lose employees, and they don't get the job done in 2 years, they are off the hook in 2 years, having received all or a substantial portion of this contract fee. What on earth is wrong? And we had this discussion a year and a half ago, and the city attorney assured their council that our contracts would would have a time certain built in as opposed to just the contract, it goes for 2 years and after that, it does, they're off the hook. Can you address the time issue and why that should not be a concern to this council?
Yes, sir. The design and permitting is expected to take 7 or 8 months, and then we'll have about 3 to 4 months of putting the bid together, advertising, getting bids back from contractors, and then coming back to council to award, and then about another year to construct the project. So that's where the 2 years came in, about 8 months for design, another 3 to 4 months to get a contractor on board, and then another year to build the project. That's where the 2 years comes in, and it's, like I said, part of this contract is construction management.
If I may, just for 1 second. So what would be wrong with going with the line of thinking that Councilmember Knobloch has? What would be the problem with that?
I mean, we could split this a lot of different ways. We could have the contract to where it's just design and permitting and end it after 7, 8 months, and then, hire somebody in the future. We'd have to change these bids because this is not the way these consultants bid. But I do feel like there's things in this contract that hold their feet to the fire. They won't get paid unless they hit certain milestones. And if this is a big issue to the council, I'm happy to work with the city attorney and change the way that we put these contracts together. But in my experience, these are fairly standard.
Well, and I appreciate that, but I have to respectfully disagree, and strongly so. When you have development agreements, you expect development. We had one on the agenda last week. We have one on tonight about a development agreement that has a 20-year lifespan. Things happen in the time frame to prevent contracts from being fulfilled. And I understand your concern, and I understand the anticipated time frame, but you could easily structure the contract that says, we expect your work to be done by this time frame, as opposed to saying the contract has a two-year life. And we ought to be able to build into it the time when you expect the work to be done, and if they are doing contract supervision, construction supervision, why put a timeline on that at all? Just to say your job is to do this until the project is completed, as opposed to completion of the assignment, completion of the project, as opposed to an arbitrary time frame, which may or may not come about. That's my concern. I think it's just bad practice not to build that into every one of our construction contracts.
So, Councilmember Knobloch, would you like to make a motion that we agendize that requirement going into the future?
Could I mention one other thing? I apologize. This is not a construction contract.
I understand, but you said there's a construction supervision component to it.
Yes, sir. All of our construction projects have a certain time frame, estimated time frame to finish the job, and then we assign liquidated damages if they don't meet that.
Right.
So we have a hammer to hold over their head.
Not for this vendor, though.
Typically, with a professional firm like this, to put liquidated damages, I don't think it'll work, because you're depending on regulatory agencies and others to get permitting and all, and that can slow their work down.
We're mixing apples and oranges. I'm not suggesting you do a liquidated damage provision on I'm simply saying give a time when they need to perform, period. And supposed to say your contract is good for 2 years, and after 2 years, we have no contract and you have no obligation to us. We're contracting these people. If we do this, we're going to want them to complete the project, and we're going to want it within 2 years. We don't want their rights and obligations, their duties, to go away at the end of 2 years. Why would we do that? Now, you're hoping everything will be done before then. Hopefully it will, but it may not. It's just a concern of simply.
Mayor
City
and Council,
Attorney.
I was just going to suggest that we've talked with staff about this issue briefly in staff meetings. I suggest this is your contract template that the council approved for use with every contract. That's why staff's using it. So if there are reasons to deviate from that, let's bring back a discussion.
Okay, well, the discussion a year and a half ago, Scott, if memory serves me right, was that our contract template would not provide for contracts for a particular time, but for the completion of an assignment, even if it goes beyond the time frame.
I know, Councilmember, and I could and I would here argue that I think a contract should have a term, every contract. It should have milestones and a schedule too, which is referenced in section 3.1.2. But because the contract ends, doesn't excuse performance. We can still sue for breach for 4 years after the breach.
Well, we could, but we could also not give them a time frame to end the contract.
Right.
Why would we end the contract?
Your staff, and this is a policy decision for you to make as a council. They and we recommend that the contractual relationship end at some point. If people are bogged down, if performance is excused, and there's an argument about it, they like to have the thing end.
I don't
so
have,
there's a
I have no
walkaway.
problem with it ending.
Yeah. So we'll,
At a time, if they don't do their job by the time it ends, then some serious consequences.
So I'm going to go over to Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Ward, Mayor James, excuse me. Okay, I have a few questions I've written down here. One is, when this did go to the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission December of 2021, why did the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission then ignore the city council's authorized 4 courts versus 16? We never authorized 16, it was 4.
So, if I may, Councilmember Ferguson, the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission reviewed this prior to council's direction with 4 courts. That came out of, pickleball's come to council several times, and that direction for expedite the build-out of pickleball, focusing on 4 courts, that came out of later discussion with this council. So I'm not sure.
Okay. We met on December 21st, 2021 as a council and authorized 4 courts to be built. And BPR met when? After
It's
that?
the second Tuesday, so it would have been prior to that meeting.
BPR met prior to us?
Correct. They
Okay,
meet on
well,
the second
then we
Tuesday.
decided, council said 4, so that overrides their 16. So it's 4, and unless council wants to vote tonight to make it 16, which is obviously in front of us, but that decision obviously was overridden by council 2 weeks later to make it 4. Yeah, so anyway, but that said, that will be discussed tonight and decided. And also restroom design, this might be for you, Kyle. The city has been approving prefab restrooms in my time on council. We've approved 2 because of cost overrides in the past of bathrooms, restrooms being designed by scratch, from scratch, so to speak, like the one at the base of the pier that ended up costing a little over $500,000. So why are we not doing a prefab restroom?
I can't
here?
answer that, yeah.
I would suggest we do that because that's the trend of the council, at least in the last 4 years I've been here.
Yeah, if I may answer that as well. That's something I brought up to the consultants that we interviewed, because I agree with you that that has been a real win for the city with prefab. So there's certainly, this group, RJM, is very adverse and or very versed in doing that setup. So they're amenable to that as
Good,
well.
thank you. I'm glad you talked to them about that, because that could save us some costs here. Now, this cost tonight of $404,000 is the grand total. 404,550. If, say, for instance, we do what is customary here and do a prefab restroom, are these costs, is this award fixed, or would those be reduced based on eliminating those kinds of costs from a project?
We can negotiate with them.
Okay, perfect. And I just have a question about 2 line items. I'm referencing page 35. It's in the fee proposal. Reimbursable expenses allowance of 18,000. Could you explain what those might be?
Yeah, it lists several, for like their city business license, we'll reimburse them for that.
Oh, I see.
Some soil testing, permits, plan check and inspection fees.
Okay.
Handling of documents. A lot of times, sometimes travel will be in this as well.
Okay, fair enough. And then the other question I have is regarding the task 3, the bid support and construction support. So someone else will actually construct it after they design it, right? But they provide oversight, is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then 2 more questions. On the same page in the fee proposal, it indicates this project, just to construct after the design, will cost $5 to $8 million. Has there been any thought by staff as to where that money is coming from?
So the CIP that was approved as part of this package included a note that said that there's $3 million that have been allocated for fiscal year '24 in our CIP program, so we're estimating that out. Beyond that $3 million, the intention is to work with our Friends Foundation and to do some serious fundraising efforts as well as grant writing. Between Kyle and myself, we've got analysts that are prepared to start sourcing out grant funding as well.
Okay, that's a lot of money to come up with, and what's the time frame for that? Because I know, we have in the past, when I used to work here, we did do a fundraising effort to fill a funding gap for the Vista Hermosa sports park, and it's hard to come up with millions and millions of dollars. I mean, easy tens of thousands of dollars here and there, but in the end, the city ended up selling the parcel of land across from the sports park to Target, to build the Target to fill the funding gap, which I believe was about $14 million. So that's going to be a challenge, I see. So these design plans, how long are they good for? Say if they're designed and it takes 10 years to construct or come up with the funding, are those design plans still relevant?
Yes, they are. They might have to update them if there are new standards that come out. So if it takes too long, you might have to go back and relook at it, but it's pretty much good.
Okay, all right. And then lastly, what if after the whole environmental review process in spring, which it should conclude, determines that this project isn't feasible there at that location, then what?
We might have to make adjustments, obviously. I mean, I think most of the project will get approved, but there might be a few things that we have to mitigate or adjust for, so we just have to take it as it comes.
You mean relocation of the pickleball
Maybe
project?
we don't have quite as many courts, maybe we move something. I mean, there's lots of things that they'll look at, so we'll have to kind of adjust as we go along.
Okay, all right. Thank you both for answering my questions.
I have a couple things, and I'm going to have a suggestion for Mr. Novolak. And I'm going to ask questions that actually you've already been asked. This did go through BPR. This did go through BPR. Can I get a verbal on that?
Yes, it did.
Right. And it came, and the BPR suggested 16. The council went with 4. Is that correct?
That's correct. In that order, it was commission and then
But it's
council.
being designed in such a way that it's scalable. We can go to 8, we can go to 12, we can go to 16.
That's correct. And to Councilmember Ferguson's point about the funding, there is potential that we look at this in phases. So maybe phase 1 is 4 courts, and then we can build into phase 2 when there is additional funding.
And we can't go through the CEQA process without having the design work done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This 400 and whatever thousand plus change is in the budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Mr. Novolak.
Question regarding fees before you make
yeah.
your suggestion. We're not discussing fees tonight, but I think with the spectacularly popular success of pickleball and the number of people that want to play, especially from outside San Clemente, because I know a lot of outside folks come here because we have courts available. I think that's something we ought to keep on the burner.
You're taking the words right out of my mouth. That was my next thing.
Okay, I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're fine.
And with the discussion we've had, I'm in favor of expanding this ultimately, and I think we can move forward. I would suggest that the contract include a provision that the contract continues until the assigned work is completed unless terminated sooner by the city.
So, Mr. Novolak, I think you raise a bigger question, more global question, and that is of should you have a finite date or should it be an open date? Would you want to make a motion on that and have that discussion and give that direction to staff going forward?
Mayor, you have to do a discussion first.
For other contracts in the future?
He has to agendize it.
That's what I'm talking about.
But he's not going to do that. What he's going on.
He's suggesting that I do that. And if that's your request, I think we need to have that discussion. I thought we had it a year and a half ago. Maybe we need to do it again.
I think we had the discussion, but I don't think we gave direction.
Not clear enough, perhaps, yeah.
So that's why I'm thinking maybe that we need to go to the well one more time on this.
And Mayor, if I may, I haven't been able to talk yet on that. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong to staff, when we have something that goes multiple years, because we're on a fiscal year, we're not on a calendar year that everyone else is. So we're in November. We're already into this fiscal year that's going to end June. And then this contract goes into the next fiscal year. And I'm echoing for some reason, I'm sorry. So Councilmember Knobloch is saying, like, the contract ends. Don't you, at the end of that fiscal year where the contract ends, don't you come back to us and do a contract extension and explain it to the council why? I mean, don't you re-up contracts at that point when the fiscal year ends and that contract's going to end and the work still needs to be done?
This type of contract we wouldn't bring back. This would be for 2 years, 400,000. We do have contracts where we might have a 2 or 3 year baseline and then extensions, like optional years, and we will bring those back. And, you know, a lot of it depends on how the agenda report's written of, you know, can the city manager just approve the additional years, or does it need to come back? So there's different ways we do it.
What we do, if I may, if a project is funded, as you just described, if
Right.
it were funded tonight, and the project were, as Councilmember Knobloch anticipates, as we all know to be true, this project will go beyond this fiscal year. Those are called carryovers. So if City Council approved it, the funding is defined by the council. The funding is made available through the fiscal year, along with the contract.
Right, okay. So.
It doesn't disappear on June 30th.
Right, so my point is, all of this problem about it as an end date, and you want someone to do the work, all that they have in there, all the checks and balances and the check-ins and all of that, that work is going to get done. What I'm concerned, when you talk about rushing it seems like we're rushing, like hurry up and get that work done in this fiscal year or by next fiscal year. There are times where that's not going to happen, and we're planning this park. It's supposed to be one of our premier parks where we have an opportunity to do this great snack bar and actually make some money on the concessions there. This is the park that we're looking at. Pickleball is going to be a big part of that. This is a decision that the council made the last fiscal year. We need to stick with the plan of what we did. My memory is the mayor, what you said is, you know what, can we just get 4 courts built? I mean, because we know how much this costs. This is a big expenditure that we are making, a big promise that we're making, a commitment to the community. So, you know, I don't think we should get caught up on it's 4 courts, it's 16 courts. We're just designing for the expansion of this park. If you just start out with 4, you're not going to plan the park correctly. And they said that if this doesn't happen, you know, they use the 10 years, it's going to happen. But if it doesn't happen, that design is still going to be good for the next 10 years. So that's important.
So if I may, this is why I asked the question, is this, are they doing it in a modular manner or scalable? I think I said scalable, because I think that's important, because, you know, build it and they will come.
It's the future.
Right.
But we've already had this discussion on this park. I think we're going way too far on this tonight, and it's unfair because we budgeted for this. And this is just getting it going. And staff did all the work that, you know, when we do a budget, they go to work the whole year on what we say to
So
do.
let's call for the question. Do you have a motion?
I do have a motion.
I haven't been able to comment yet.
Oh, thank you,
I
Chris.
forget about you, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, just want to make the point, first of all, fantastic work by staff carrying out our direction. So why we nitpicked, and I think this is going to be a trend tonight, why we're nitpicking staff for doing something we told them to do is beyond me. It was a fantastic job, great presentation. This is exactly what we asked for. Councilmember Ward hit it on the head, and I was going to say that, and I'm glad she said it first. We prioritized 4 courts. We said, let's make sure we see if there's a way to get 4 built as soon as possible so we can get people moved out of San G. It wasn't, let's only build 4. That's crazy. We know this is going to be a bigger group of courts. We want to have it be a destination for pickleball. You don't design for 4 when you want 16. You design for 16, and then you build 4 early if you can. That's what we told them to do, and that's what this is all about. So I just want to make that point. The other thing is, and I want to make sure that this is communicated to the consultant, the designer, because again, we're only talking about the design. People are getting so caught up in construction, this hasn't been done. This is about the design, the very first thing you do. And so we want this to be a tournament setting though, right? And I want to make sure that when the design for 16, do we get there? I don't know, but we're going to design for 16. We want it designed for a tournament setting so that we can host there, and that's where we make the money. It's not charging people from, you know, the other side of town that want to play on a weekend. It's the tournaments. That's where you make the money, just like softball. And so that's what we want to make sure is there. I just want to make sure with Keel and Samantha that has been communicated to the design consultant that's going to be part of the design for us to consider at least.
So, thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion if it's appropriate.
Please.
Did you have
I just have a follow-up question for Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. What meeting did we or Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission ever discuss being a tournament site for pickleball and accommodating all the folks outside of San Clemente for pickleball? I don't recall that. You said it's supposed to be a tournament site, and that's why we need to build more. We haven't publicly discussed that.
I did not say what you just said I said first. So thank you for saying something I didn't actually say. I'm saying now that we want this to be a pickleball tournament setting, perhaps, and I want to make sure that we communicate that with 16 courts, what you naturally would be looking at. But that's my suggestion. Is
Okay,
that
thank you. That's your suggestion. Thank you.
At least be looking at that, because that would be the smart thing to do.
I'll make a
Okay,
motion
thank
that-
you. I didn't miss anything then.
I'll make a motion that we approve and authorize the Public Works Director Engineer to execute contract C-22-67 by and between the City of San Clemente and RJM Design Group, Inc., providing the engineering design services for the Richard T. Steed Memorial Pickleball Courts in the amount of $404,550, with the modification that the contract be extended until the assigned duties are completed or until terminated by the city, whichever comes first.
Second. That's fine on the
So,
contract.
City Clerk, I heard someone say there's still public comments. I don't think there is.
After you went into deliberations.
Okay, okay.
Then I received a card.
Got it, okay, I just wanted to ensure.
So I second
So motion by Noblock, second by Ward, all in favor?
Aye.
Miss,
I have a question, procedural. So no, the public speaker cannot speak because you closed the comment card collection? Is that correct?
Council had previously,
Okay.
a
In
couple years
policy.
ago, decided that when deliberations begin, then no more comment
Okay.
cards.
May I make a request to make an exception, Mayor James, for the speaker to speak, who submitted a card post-closure of deliberations?
It was Aaron Washington.
I'd like to make a motion, I guess, to make an exception,
City
if
Attorney.
necessary.
Mayor, I wouldn't recommend that because we've had issues of allegations of equal protection and equal opportunity to this forum.
Right.
But there's certainly an opportunity to write it in or to speak to council at the next open forum.
So, motion by Noblock, second by Ward, all in favor? Aye.
And
Aye.
I'm a no, four
Okay.
ayes. I'm a no, and I'm a no for two reasons. The construction, the $8 million, I would like to see an identified certain funding source before going forward. And secondly, I want to see that by Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission report in which this was discussed. So I don't feel comfortable voting tonight. Thank you.
Motion passes 4-1 with Ferguson opposed. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to reports. First is City Manager.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank City Council for your patience in my absence. I appreciate it. I'd also like to thank our Community Development Director, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, for stepping in for me and concurrently doing her existing job. I really appreciate it. My wife appreciates it. I'm happy to be back and look forward to serving you all the way until you make an appointment and that appointment arrives. I'd also like to mention that the city manager's office approved 2 contracts. Lisa Pope for commission committee meeting minutes preparation, $13,500. And CAM Group, a third amendment to furnish and deliver 19% aqua ammonia for water treatment. An increase to $30,000, pardon me. That concludes my report.
Very good. Any questions, city manager? Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney?
I have nothing more to report tonight. I just wanted to note, Mayor, as you convene the meeting, that Councilmember Duncan has submitted a request for accommodation and access to the meeting under the Americans with Disabilities Act that the Clerk's Department has reviewed and authorized his remote participation. But he can see and hear the proceedings, needs to be asked to vote individually by roll call as you do that. And that's all I had tonight. Thank you.
We have to take a roll call on?
Well, just as you have been asking him his vote individually as opposed to having it just in the sound system. So that's all.
Thank you.
Council members, the first item is Orange County Fire Authority Community Education Outreach, and that was agendized by Councilmember Ward.
Can the city clerk bring up that slide? And hopefully I'll be able to see it. So, council, the Orange County Fire Authority has several programs that they provide. Laura, can you scroll up just a little bit? They'll do fire station tours, school visits, and safety presentations. And a lot of times those are around holiday or time of year safety issues, like summertime would be drowning prevention, Christmas time would be fire, candles, Christmas trees, things like that. But they also will attend certain community events. So, and the one thing they will also do, I think it's at OCFA, is do car seat installations, and the board directed that. Used to have to go in and find a highway patrolman on duty, I think, to do that. And so the OCFA is doing that if people will come in to have that done. But I sent this to the Human Affairs because I think they have a community event coming up and told them that they could maybe have something from the fire department there. They should go through the city on that. But I also would ask the city manager if possible to just put this on our city website. And I just wanted to bring it up to council that they do offer these different things. And a lot of cities take them up on it, and I think our city doesn't do it very often. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
Whatever happened, Councilmember, whatever happened for years and years, October was Fire Prevention Month.
Is it October?
I thought it was October.
I think they do come, and we do a proclamation, don't we? I mean, we do so many, I can't remember.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
we do so many, so it is true, and they'll come for the summer when it's Drowning Prevention Month. I want to say that's May, but I could be wrong, and it's June. May? Okay.
Mr. Doblock.
No, nothing.
Ms. Ferguson. The only thing I have is I want to commend OCSD for, I believe it was Thursday or Friday last week. I was out of town. The sheriff's deputies on patrol spotted a fire in the Marblehead area, and they immediately dealt with that fire. That fire, had it not been observed by the sheriff's deputies, would have grown exponentially and posed a significant threat to Marblehead. And so I shout out to Tony and his team. There he is back there. Captain, thank you very much. Good job. But it does raise a question, and I already discussed this with the interim city manager. We're supposed to have a program of an active drone program looking for these vagrant encampments, and we need to ensure that we do that, whether we contract with someone or we use our park rangers or code compliance people. I think there's no such thing as fire season anymore. Year-round is fire season. But for the grace of God and sheriff's deputies being there right when it happened, we'd be having a significantly different conversation this evening. That's all I have.
Chris.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. I keep on forgetting about Chris. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I'm fine, thank you, though. But I do want to say I was right at the location where the fire started, and concur, Mayor James. I saw the deputies just immediately respond, and that was really awesome to see. So thank you, Tony. I will second that.
Very good.
Okay, are there any council subcommittee updates? Okay, closed session report, city attorney.
There's nothing to report tonight, thank you.
Okay, moving on to special presentations. The first is presentation by Michael Aguilar.
We'll do that at 7 o'clock. That's when they're going to be here.
Okay. October update on the homeless issue.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. I am joined tonight by our new Code Compliance Manager, Guillermina Torrico, and I will introduce her in just a second. But I will begin by presenting this last month's outreach report. So last month, we had 2 community outreach workers, our community outreach team. The newest position, staffed by Troy Shanker, was in training last week, and so the numbers reflect the two community outreach workers working together. And so there's a number of statistics that remain consistent with previous months. We do anticipate some of these numbers going up just due to the additional staff. The number of outreach contacts has remained the same, similar to the previous month. Similar to the previous month. The number of unduplicated individuals. I'm getting a little feedback here. The number of unduplicated individuals has risen a little bit from September, and that is, we find that to be typical of the colder months, and a result of fewer shelter options being available. One thing that you can glean from these numbers related to having 2 outreach workers now is the number of case management hours rose sharply, and that was due to having 2 people able to work on case management with the individuals that we are making outreach with. The number of responses to public calls and inquiries, that went from 57 last month to 72 in the month of October. That's actually not a result of having additional staff. That is a result of there just being more complaints during that month. The number of street exits remains the same from September. We had 4, and some of these were actually rather monumental efforts of connecting people with family out of state. I will say having 2 community outreach workers is already showing some payoff this month. There have been 3 street exits just this last week alone, so we are hopeful that this number will increase as well. The number of new arrivals remains relatively consistent with previous months, and with that, I will end the report on my report on the data. I do want to report a little bit on the weekend activities of our new community outreach worker. While not all resources are available, not all partner agencies are open over the weekend, there are still a number of things that we can do, and Those relate to doing interviews with people for the county's homeless management information system, or HMIS. We can still make referrals over the weekend. We can still offer transportation assistance to help people take a train or a bus to see family members that might be able to take care of them. And then as well, we have gotten a lot of really good feedback from the public seeing our community outreach workers, our community outreach worker working over the weekend. So we've got a lot of members of the public, especially down by the beach, that will come up and approach and are interested in the work that is being done. And so with that, this will be my last meeting doing this report. I will be handing this off to Guillermina. She will be with you next month to present this report. And Guillermina will be taking over the Code Compliance Division, overseeing code enforcement, park rangers, and the community outreach staff. She comes to us from the city of Fullerton as the Code Compliance Manager there. So we welcome her, and we are available for any questions.
Council.
I just wanted to say welcome, Guillermina. Happy to have you here. And secondly, for Adam, I guess, good to hear that 2 outreach workers are 7 days a week coverage. What are the hours that they're in the field, compared to being in the office? And then I'm sure they have a lot of, work to do too on the management of their contacts with those who are homeless. But can you let us know maybe the ratio of in the office versus out?
The vast majority of their time is spent out in the field. They'll typically come in the morning, check emails, phones, prepare basically their plan for the day, and then they'll be out in the field until about 4:30. Around that time, now, especially now, it's getting dark. People are not as receptive to engaging with our community outreach team as they would be earlier in the day. And so they'll finish the rest of their shift, which typically ends around 6 p.m., doing office work, case management activities, things of that nature.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Very hands-on.
Mr. Noblock.
No. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. Coming from Fullerton, it sounds like you have a lot of experience, but welcome to San Clemente. I think you're going to get to know a lot of people.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So
Happy to be here.
I continue to be concerned about the growing number of vagrants, particularly criminal vagrants in our community. And, this list here, I'd like to see it refined somewhat. First off, it becomes an eye chart. It's kind of hard to see from up here. But the number of, I want to see the number of service-resistant folks and people who are refusing to go in shelter, being offered shelter. I want to see those people who have been sheltered and come back on the street. And I know who a lot of them are, so I know your team knows who a lot of them are, because I think this only tells part of the story and doesn't tell the diagnostic part of the story of how to get to the root problem. I would like to see this chart this form be more of a living document and refining it and making it a more perfect document. Got it, okay. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. So now is ordinance number 1737, second reading, 654 Camino de las Meras, senior housing and medical
No.
office. I thought you said after a special.
That's going to be after special. Yeah, that's going to be at 7
mistake.
o'clock.
Okay. Apologies. So then moving on to unfinished business, consideration of establishing a policy for night surfing at the San Clemente Pier. And I don't have any cards on this item.
You're on the hot seat again, Samantha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director. Before you tonight is an item that's come to this council twice previously. I'll be brief in my report because I think the staff report really covers the history of where we've been and why we're back here today. There's some details in the staff report that outline some of the potential negative impacts that could be associated with the implementation of a night surfing policy. The ultimate staff recommendation is to not pursue this action any further. However, based on council direction from our last meeting, council did specify they wanted to see what infrastructure could look like, also a potential policy. So that is included in the staff report. If council decides to continue on this path, I highly recommend from a staff perspective that the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission have the opportunity to review a policy, also providing for additional public input. There's a number of concerns that are listed to include how this aligns with the general plan and our dark skies that we so work hard to protect as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, and that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Any questions, Council? Yeah, I guess my first question is, I don't see a clamoring for this.
That's correct. That's what we've come to understand at the staff level as well.
I mean, we've been talking about this for probably 18 months now. At least. Oh, yeah.
2 years.
It
Chris
predates
and
you.
Bruce,
Yeah. We've been talking about this for 2.5 years now. And I've yet to get one note, one call, one person approaching me on the street who wants this. It seems like there's a lot of downsides to this. Council? Yes, ma'am.
Is it me?
Yes, you.
Yeah, I'm just making
It's you.
sure it was me. Okay. So I know why we did this. It was a request of an outgoing council member. And if there was night surfing for the daylight savings, we'd get some people, but they're not, no other city does this. So there's not a clamoring for it. And that was important in the staff report because I didn't know that. And that's why we asked you to look into it. But my concern, we never said that there would be lifeguards. So I'm happy to hear that there's no liability there. However, if someone reported that someone was drowning at night, it would be on our fire department or our sheriff's department to try to save those people in the dark in the ocean.
Yes, that's correct, Councilmember Ward. So in the state of an emergency with someone drowning in the water and marine safety is off duty, our fire authority and sheriff's department are not the right authority or public safety body to respond in water. OCSD will likely do their best effort to bring in harbor patrol, but really that's the duty of our marine safety personnel. They need to be able to jump in the water and retrieve somebody. That becomes a very dangerous situation as the waters get dark and the sky is dark. Currently, the practice would be if there's a reported drowning or a swimmer in distress after hours, that's going to get called likely to our marine safety captain, Rod Malott, and he will then have to work down his list to deploy a staff member to respond accordingly. So there could be a delay in that response.
Okay, so that concerned me, thinking of who's going to actually respond. And I think having the lights there is an attractive nuisance. It's going to bring people in the water at night where everyone tends to go home. The other problem was the marine life, and I thank you for everything in that staff report. Marine life tends to change what they do, and they tend to go to the light, and then predators are going to come and eat them. And so, they succumb to that. So I'm not going to be for asking for a pilot program. I think we just need to table this and let it go.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion to
Second.
table.
So the staff recommendation is to take no further action on the implementation of night surfing at the San Clemente Pier. Motion by Ward, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously.
Okay, new business. First item is letter to the Orange County Board of Supervisors concerning election contributions by unions and the impact of increases to OCSD costs and budget. And I don't have any speaker cards for this item.
So I agendized this. I'm really concerned. The deputies union gave $400,000 to one candidate, and that was just to one candidate. And I don't know how much they have in the race, the deputies union alone, and then you combine that with the Orange County Employees Association. So as it relates to our deputies, though, I want the Board of Supervisors to treat them fairly. However, I want the taxpayer to be treated fairly as well. And I have, right now, police services takes up 26% of our budget. Public safety as a whole, add fire, add marine safety, is 51% of our budget. We're at the breaking point with public safety, and I think it would be prudent of this council to send a note to the supervisors. And the interesting thing about this is previously the contract cities were predominantly in the 5th district. Well, that has changed. There's still a majority of them are in the 5th district, but they're in two other supervisory districts as well. I think we need to go on record saying we're at the breaking point. You know, so any pay raise that you give the deputies going forward, and this is not about the deputies, this is about union bosses. And this, you know, we're at the breaking point, and we would either have to, what I'm hearing is they're looking for a 5% pay increase every year for 3 years. And that concerns me. We would either have to look at reducing the number of deputies, reducing city services, or looking for other law enforcement options. None of those three are acceptable to me, but breaking the budget is not acceptable as well. I would also go after the other contract cities and start having meetings with them, or discussions at the very least with them, that they should start raising this as a problem as well. We're at the breaking point with public safety and the cost of public safety, and that's what has really prompted me to want to have this discussion on the dais. Please.
So I seconded this for a discussion. I'm not sure that we can say a lot of what's in this letter, that we should be saying it. We should be talking about our concern, but we should be saying it to our city manager. That's who negotiates this contract, or oversees it, I should say. You don't negotiate the pay, but you oversee the contract. Is that correct, city manager?
I manage that which you approve. I administer that contract.
Right, so
on
he
your behalf.
administers it, but in meeting with other city managers, do you not talk, or can you not have the ability to talk to them about the police services contracts?
We talk about the services. We don't collude about, concerning negotiations, certainly. We talk about services. We talk about how they're delivered. Talk about new ideas and the like. We compare services. Sure, we talk freely, but we surely don't collude about the labor negotiations.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean we couldn't.
Well, it means we probably shouldn't.
We can't.
Yeah, we don't actually weigh in on that, but
So we're just going to sit back
No.
and let those pay increase. I mean, the number one driver is labor in the contract, and we can't sit back and continue to watch it escalate.
But you're the mayor, you could reach out to the county supervisor and have a discussion on.
Any council member could do that.
We can. So I'm just saying, we should probably not be stepping into this now that I see it, in writing. We can certainly say our concerns, and we do that. When the long-term financial plan comes up, we'll be talking about that. But maybe, I don't know, maybe you could write a letter and send all of our concerns when we do our plan to the supervisor and say, this is the discussion we had. it was in public, it's not in secret, and it's not trying to
And this
talk
is-
about
this is-
negotiations.
This is exactly my intention, to have this discussion on the dais in front of our citizens so they understand how we are indeed at the breaking point.
We are, and it's actually been commented, we have a seat at the table for OCFA. We're actually in those negotiations, the cash contract cities and the structural fire.
But that's a different thing.
It's totally different. But I can tell you that we benefit from having a seat at the table, and we just don't have that with this contract. And maybe that is, city manager, is there any availability for cities to discuss modifying how we contract with the sheriff's department? In what manner that we do that, where we would have a say? When is our contract actually up with that?
June.
I'm not sure. No, it's up every year, but
Right.
it's renewed.
Right.
But I'm just saying, there has to be, I don't know if it's
But you know what that
open-ended.
renewal process is? We just rubber stamp it. And the 1 year before I was on council, that we didn't rubber stamp it, the sheriff threatened to withdraw out of the city.
Yes, he came up while we were discussing changing, I think, I can't remember, some deputy to something else. But I'll tell you that being on OCFA, I get to talk to other cities, and they review their contract with their police services every year, and they decide whether they want to add something or modify something. But I will say, since we have had our Captain Benfield, it seems like we have had better communication and say with
So I think,
our services.
Oh, no, I mean, Captain Benfield is a superstar. And this is not about Captain Benfield, this is not about the deputies. This is about union bosses, this is about cost. And I would submit that I'm willing to withdraw this evening, but the first meeting with the new council, I would suggest that we would create, and you're probably going to be on that, I would suggest we create a subcommittee to oversee, to take a look at that contract.
And again, I would say that is the city manager's job, to work with the mayor, whoever's the mayor at the time, and the council. And if we have concerns, he administers that contract and he talks directly to the police services. But, so and
hear
right
you.
now, I would have a concern of doing any more subcommittees. I really would. We need to take a break. Yeah.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I don't want to jump ahead of the council member.
Go ahead. I'm interested
I'll
what
be
you
very
have to
brief.
say.
He's used to it.
The county contracts are approved ultimately by the Board of Supervisors. I would suggest your voice is with our district supervisor, because that's where the vote is. It's not, this is a different animal from, it's a different agency, constructed under a different format than the fire authority.
That's right.
We don't have a seat at the table. I know you don't want to hear that, but we don't have a seat at the table in labor negotiations. But we are represented by 20% of the vote of those contracts, and that is our County Board of Supervisor. Thank you for indulging me, Councilman.
Ms.
Sure.
Ferguson.
No, I appreciate that. That is a very good point. No, I just wanted to note that a resident had sent me the letter that this was already sent by you, Mayor James, on November 4.
As one council member.
Yeah, on your own individual stationery to the Board of Supervisors, so they obviously already know how you feel about this. I certainly see the influence, of course, of unions in electing candidates that will certainly lean their way. You would think and hope people that do win for election will be objective. You have showed objectivity, Mayor James. You've been endorsed twice by the Orange County Deputies Association Union and accepted $10,000 from them as well. So I don't know. I just like to see the next council go ahead and address this because it is a little deeper than what we have here on this page for them to consider. I mean, I'll be leaving council, same with council member Ward.
You'll
so.
have 3 minutes right up there to direct us to do that.
Just wait. Laura and I are going to come back.
I know you will.
Hunt you.
Okay, so I'm willing to withdraw this evening.
Wait, I have a comment. I'm sorry.
Yes. We forget about you, sorry.
I apologize. I'm trying to raise my hand in the hopes that somebody sees that. I don't know if you can see that raised hand, but
I didn't
So
forget about you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah, I mean, I think some important points here. One, we should not and cannot get involved in labor negotiations and influencing the labor negotiations. And we actually had this come up at the Freedom Foundation a little bit earlier in the council. We just we need to stay out of that. Let the people who are negotiating labor contracts do that, and not try to impugn the unions who are trying to stand up for their members at the city level or for OCSD. That's one point. Second point, I think we need more police, not less. I think we need to pay them better, not less as good. I think they risk their lives for us, and I couldn't stand behind statements that that tend to, and I know that that's not what you mean, Mayor James, but that tend to cut the other way there. So it sounds like you're going to withdraw it. I agree with that. And I think the proper channel should be, as we've discussed, that it's our county supervisor, whoever that is. That's where we can develop the relationship and influence it. And if we need to address the costs, as I've said numerous times, we need to raise revenue. That's how you address rising costs. You don't just keep cutting stuff that you need for the city. We need more revenue so that we can hire more deputies and more city staff and get fully staffed. So just want to make that final point. Thank you.
Okay. So it's,
Didn't we need a motion to table that, or you just want, you're going to?
I'm just going to table it unilaterally.
Okay.
It's 6:37. At 7 o'clock, we'll do the special presentation. General Aguilar is here from the Flying Leatherneck Museum. Hello, sir. And so we will adjourn until 7 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. City Clerk.
Yes, we're at item 10B, bicycle parking at Riviera.
No, we're going to go with special presentation,
Okay,
7.
the special presentation is, find that page, I hate these two-sided agendas.
Flying Leatherneck Historical Foundation.
General Aguilar, you're on.
I think it is. Okay, well, great. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mayor James and the city council members for the opportunity to share with you about an exciting project we have ongoing with the city of Irvine to return the Flying Leatherneck Aviation Museum. How's that? A little bit? Oh,
There you go.
now I can hear myself. Thank you. Okay, well, again, I'd like to thank Mayor James and the City Council for the opportunity to share with you an exciting project. The Flying Leatherneck Historical Foundation is working with the City of Irvine to return the Flying Leatherneck Aviation Museum to its original home at Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, now called Great Park. Next slide, please. So let me start off by sharing a little bit about who we are. We are a bunch of aviation enthusiasts, retired Marines, and just supporters of museums and aviation. Our mission, our immediate mission is, as I said, to return the Flying Leatherneck Aviation Museum to its original home at Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, Great Park. Our purpose, our immediate purpose is to raise the funds, work with the city and the Marine Corps to create the premier tourist attraction in Orange County, even going up against Disneyland. But more importantly, to share the history and legacy of Marine Corps aviation with the community, the next generation of what we like to call the next generation of great Americans, and hopefully excite them about the scientific and STEM disciplines. We think it's very important for our next generation and for the nation to maintain our position, our current global position in these disciplines. Next slide, please. Here's a rendition of what we're looking at. The city of Irvine has identified the historic Hangar 296, which was built in 1945 at El Toro. And we are hoping to use all 215,000 square feet to display all the aircraft. And although this depiction shows several of the aircraft outside, the hangar is large enough to actually house all 42 aircraft that make up the collection. Next slide. A brief history. Next point, please. The museum was actually started and supported by the Marine Corps Air Station El Toro Historical Foundation, which opened the doors in 1989. Next point. And for the next 20 years through 1999, the museum operated at El Toro. And as part of the DOD mandated base realignment and closure, was relocated to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar. Now, some people think Miramar was a Navy air station in World War II. It actually began as a Marine Corps air station, and we finally turned it over to the Navy, and we returned in '99 to claim our property. So it was always a Marine Corps Air Station. Next point, please. In '99, we, the Flying Leatherneck Historical Foundation, opened the doors, and for the next 20 years supported both operationally and financially the museum. Next point, please. Unfortunately, after 20 years of continuous operation, the commanding officer, due to financial constraints, had to close down the Marine Corps Command Museum. The museum was owned by the Marine Corps, as are all the artifacts and aircraft. Next point. So the Flying Leatherneck Foundation has been working over the last 21 months now, to find an alternative to the closure of the museum. Next slide, please. Achievements to date. Next point, please. We have worked with the Great Park Board of Directors that approved the development of a memorandum of understanding with the city. Next point. And early on, we had the Marine Corps to halt the divestment of the aircraft. When the museum closed, the Marine Corps was going to literally get rid of the aircraft. So we were able to have them agree to stop the divestment of the aircraft and the artifacts. Next point. Irvine City then approved the recommendation of the Board of Directors, and we did sign an MOU last year in May, which provided a framework to reach out to the Marine Corps and move forward with our plans. Next slide, please. We did also start a soft fundraising initiative with a goal of $5 million. And I'm pleased to say it was a 2-year plan that we were able to achieve in 9 months. In being overachievers, we immediately moved the goalposts. So our new goal is now $10 million. I will accept any donations from this crowd today. Next point, please. Irvine City Council did move forward, and they did approve a $7 million contract for an architectural and engineering contract to get an idea of the integrity, structural integrity of the facility. Next point. And then we hired a president and CEO of the foundation. That is me. Next slide, please. Hold your applause, please. We also hired a local production company. Instead of going after your old type of museum design, we actually hired a production company that does also work with museums, but they're bringing a very innovative approach to our display. So we're looking to make a very interactive, immersive, experiential type of museum. So we're excited to have been brought on Sightline Productions, which is a local company. Next, thank you. In May of this year, we were able, along with the city, to enter a tri-party MOU with the Marine Corps that allows us to move forward with the relocation of the collection, the museum collection, to Irvine. And next point, please. And of course, we're working with the city to finalize, move from the memorandum of understanding to a final agreement for the new museum. Next slide, please. We do have challenges that we will be facing, though, in the upcoming months and years. Next point. Not the least of which, the museum closed in April of 2021. It's hard to sell a product when you have closed doors. So it's a challenge, but the opportunity to share what we're doing with the community, such as I'm doing tonight, will hopefully overcome that challenge. Next point. We have started to catalog all the artifacts in the collection at the museum, a very time-consuming process. Next point. We are refining what we call our program of action and milestones. I'm sure you can appreciate the complexity in the various moving parts of a project this large. Next slide. We are talking to several transportation firms to move all 42 aircraft down Interstate 5 back to El Toro. So you can imagine what that may entail. We are hoping to capture that for posterity and actually work with some historic or some firm to maybe capture that and do a little program with that. So here in the near future, you can expect a bunch of aircraft to be coming down the freeway right here down Interstate 5 in San Clemente. Next point, please. The preservation and the maintenance of the aircraft during this project is critical to us. Right now, they're all parked. If you have the opportunity to go down Miramar and by the airfield, you'll see there's a big sand lot with a bunch of aircraft parked out there. So they are exposed to the environment, and we are concerned about the preservation and maintenance. Next slide. Fundraising, as we like to say among our board members, vision without funding is hallucination. So we recognize that in order to bring this project to reality, we need a lot of money, and we're actively involved. Next slide. And what we do realize is we are starting a museum business. It's not just a bunch of retired old aviators. Sorry, Don, don't mean to point you out. A bunch of old retired Marine aviators out there trying to get a place for us to have coffees and tell our stories. It is a business. It will be the premier attraction here in Orange County, and we are taking it and approaching it in that manner. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a great team that's working on this project. The first one is, next one, please. Of course, the Flying Leatherneck Historical Foundation. Next one, please. The City of Irvine. Next slide. The Board of Directors of Great Park. We're very fortunate that in working through the Board of Directors through Great Park that makes recommendations to the City of Irvine, they are one in the same body. So it's easy to get all our initiatives approved. Next slide. Of course, as I mentioned, the United States Marine Corps is completely behind the project. Next one, please. And we have been working and using as a model the San Diego Air and Space Museum, a very successful museum down in San Diego. Jim Kidrick, the president and CEO of that museum, has been working with us and guiding us in standing up this new museum. And finally, next slide. We have brought on the California Strategies, a California lobbying firm that has been very successful and instrumental in opening the doors to elected officials. Next slide, please. Okay, our immediate goals and objectives. Next point. Continue to work with the city for the development of the restoration plans and designs of the hangar. Next one, please. To completely complete the agreement with the city, which we're in the process of trying to do right now. And in fact, I just left a meeting with the city manager, working out those details. Next one, please. Update our planning and development and governing documents for this new organization, which we're well in the process of. Next slide, please. Complete the transportation of the artifacts and the aircraft to Great Park. Next one, please. And then develop and execute a major fundraising campaign. Next, please. Just to share with you what we're looking at, this area you can see in the top part of this slide, the athletic field at Great Park. Outlined in red is what the city calls a cultural terrace, and that will be the development of this project right now. Next slide. This is two pictures of the two hangars. There are two hangars, 296, and the sister hangar, which right now is going to house the California Fire Association Museum and Pretend City. So we'll have, the city has some great plans for the cultural terrace. Next slide is a slide of the hangar itself. Again, 215 feet, either side of the center or the two large hangar bays that will house the entire collection. And the initial estimates from the city of what will cost for the restoration, movement, and completion of the hangar. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what it looks like right now. It's a very large, structurally sound, empty hangar that we hope will be refurbished rather quickly. Next slide. And we already have a complete plan of the layout. Again, as I mentioned, we'll be able, with the exception of two large aircraft, to house everything inside the hangar. Next slide. Some of the ideas we have, again, we wanted to be a very experiential type of displays for the public, and we're very excited with Sightline, some of the ideas that they have. And this is just a few examples of what they're looking at. Next slide, please. Timeline, originally we were looking to open the door in late next year, August 2023, but for a variety of reasons, that's now slipped to early 2024. We are still working with the city to have some sort of at least soft opening for the museum, but we're pretty much on track with our timeline right now. But again, any project of this size and complexity, you just don't know what you don't know and what might hit us. Next slide, please. Okay, our next steps. We're going to complete the facility assessment initial design. Next one, please. We're going to finalize our loan agreement. Next slide. Complete our preliminary restoration and budget cost assessments. Next point. Update our business plan. Any business plan is only as good as the yesterday, so we continually need to update that as changes come to our attention. Next slide, please. We're going to hire essential museum staff. We want to have on board, by the time we open, a cadre of staff that will take ownership for the project as we move forward. Next slide. And then, of course, the transportation of the artifacts and equipment and all the aircraft. And last point, please. And of course, complete our major fundraising campaign. We have hired, in addition to Sightline, a developer, a strategic fundraising planner that is working with us to meet our new goal of $10 million. Next slide. Okay, our vision, as I said, we're going to make this, next slide, next point, the premier museum tourist attraction here in Orange County. Next point, please. And as I mentioned, create a setting that inspires the next greatest generation of Americans to pursue careers in public service and hopefully the STEM disciplines. Final slide, please. So subject to any questions you may have, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share with the City Council and the community, I think, a very exciting project that will be beneficial to all of Orange County. So if you have no further questions or any questions.
City Council. Yes, ma'am.
I'm only reasonably familiar with the hangars there. Are those the only two hangars, or are there more?
No, there are actually, this is on the south side, along the railroad tracks. There's a bunch of warehouses. Just on the other side of those warehouses are these two hangars. And then on the north side, there are three additional hangars right next to the still standing control tower. And that's all that remains of the facilities.
I've been in them during one of the fires in Irvine in the last couple of years, and they were used to stage fire department from all over the country for that. And it's a shame to tear any of those down. So if, in talking to Irvine, if there's anything, comments you have, or I'm glad you're saving the ones that you have, but I think the other ones should be safe too. The Great Park is so large, and they don't have a plan for it all. It can't just be homes. It's supposed to be for the county and for everyone. So if you know of any other uses for those other, maybe they'll take your example and save the other hangars also.
The Irvine City Council recently just passed what they call the framework, framework, which includes a comprehensive plan for the remainder of El Toro, the runway in the north and south. So I'm not privy to the designs exactly, but I do know that they have planned a botanical garden, some other sports activities. So they are moving quite aggressively forward to develop the rest of the property.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Ferguson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor James. Thank you for the presentation. Really great to see. Now, in the other cities that you've presented at, have any of those cities agendized providing a donation to your group?
Not yet. Not yet. We have reached out, and we are actively reaching out to other cities, to other organizations, other institutions such as the local schools, and we are finalizing our final major fundraising campaign, and that will always be part of that effort. A handout, as I said, any vision without funding is just hallucination. So we certainly recognize that we need to be very aggressive, well, not aggressive, but forward in trying to raise those funds. But no, we have not received anything from other cities yet.
Okay, thank you. I'd certainly like to make a motion for that tonight to agendize a consideration of a donation.
Thank you very much.
General, I'm curious, is your organization affiliated with the current Air Museum and the General Lyons facility on the north side of the Orange County Airport?
No, that is not. It's a separate private museum itself. Well, I have spoken with the director there, and we see that there is some synergy and opportunity. It's a beautiful, as you probably know, a beautiful museum. Unfortunately, located at an airport, it makes it really tough for getting there and the parking and all that. So there may be an opportunity, but no, we're not formally have a relationship with them.
Thank you.
General Aguilar, thank you for coming up today.
Okay, thank you very much. And again,
And Clemente.
thank you very much, and thank the community for spending the opportunity to listen to that. And again, my hand is out if you have anything. Thank you.
Okay.
City Clerk.
Yes.
Excuse me,
Item
Mayor
D.
James,
Yes.
did we want to vote on my motion?
Well, I'm waiting for your motion.
Oh, it was to agendize consideration of a donation.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Duncan?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Item D is ordinance 1737, second reading. 654 Camino de las Meras Senior Housing and Medical Office, and I have about 19 cards so far.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I'll read the names of 3 people at a time. If you just line up against the wall so that you're ready to speak. The first speaker will be Amanda Q, followed by Greg Sanders, followed by Aaron Washington.
Okay, next slide, please. Actually, this is 7th. If you could go to slide 7, please. There we go, thank you. Basically, I want to go off topic for a minute. I mean, not off topic, but according to Government Code 87100, a public official at any level of state or local government shall not make, participate in making, or any way attempt to use the public official's position to influence a governmental decision in which the official knows or has reason to know the official has a financial interest. Recusal requirements is an official with a disqualifying conflict of interest may not make, participate in making, or use his or her position to influence a governmental decision when appearing before his or her own agency or an agency subject to the authority or budgetary control of his or her agency. An official is making, participating in making, or using his or her position to influence the decision anytime the official takes any action to influence the decision, including directing a decision, voting, providing information or a recommendation, or contacting or appearing before any other agency official. When appearing before any other agency, the official must not act or purport to act in his or her official capacity or on behalf of his or her own agency. Next slide, please. This is also supported by Government Code 18704 in making, participating in making, or using or attempting to use official position to influence a government decision. Can you go, please, to slide 4? In slide 4, basically here is a donation to from the National Union of Healthcare Workers Candidate and Committee for Quality Patient Care and Union Democracy, PAC. And this donation was made to Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan because he's running for assembly, and it's $4,900. Next slide, please. And there's another donation of another $4,900 on March 28th. The previous one was on August 16th. So that's a total of $9,800 per FPPC. This means that he has a disqualifying financial interest, and he needed to abstain from the vote. So at the November 1st, when this agenda item came to council, he should have abstained. He should have recused himself. So it would have been 2-2 and 0, which would have abstained. And this was improper, and this is something that I think that you need to take real in consideration. Go back to slide 6, please. How is the national NUHW associated with Long Beach with Memorial Care? Well, Memorial Care is under a union, under National Union of Healthcare Workers. In addition to that, well, part of the Memorial Care involves Long Beach, Saddleback, and other hospitals. So in essence, he did receive financial compensation through that's tied to Memorial Care, and therefore he should have abstained. So Chris Duncan, that vote did not count. And so I just feel that that he shouldn't have done that. There's also this union is also associated with another union, SEIU, which he received another donation. So there's a concern regarding union and through that are involved with the Memorial Care system. So I'm really concerned about this, and he needs to recuse himself. I don't think that's done proper. And I think that this should be tabled, or this should be moved to another time frame, or if you need to go to closed session. But this matter I spoke about this at 2 city council meetings, and I'm pretty sure I spoke about it at the planning commission meeting regarding this when this first came up. So not with all the evidence here, but I think that he should recuse himself. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor James?
Yes.
We asked the city attorney to opine on this, these comments made about the disqualifying financial interest.
I think it's an appropriate time to do it.
Yeah, if
Thank
I could,
you.
Mayor and Council, thanks. Scott Smith, City Attorney. As indicated earlier, the Political Reform Act provides that sources of income, that's an important term of art, disqualify members of the City Council from decisions relating to those sources of income. However, political contributions are specifically excluded from the definition of sources of income and financial interests. So those do not create a disqualifying interest under the Political Reform Act.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Greg Sanders, attorney representing the applicant. I have spoken with your city attorney regarding the legal issues that attend the matter before you this evening. I also sent him a letter setting forth our position on the legal issues, which we have asked be made a part of the record. Like he, we believe that the council's discretion is severely constrained by state law. And I'm not going to take any more of your time, except to say that I'm here to respond to any legal questions that you may have of Memorial Care and to act as a resource. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. First of all, I want to thank Jean and Kathy Ward, and no pun intended for the rest. Let's hold our ground on this. I know there was a comparison on traffic saying that it shouldn't be that big of a difference. But when I looked up how many beds the old hospital had, it had 73. And we're talking 250 units here. That's just double that. That's 500 beds, traffic-wise. It just seems like we need to pump our brakes on this and not, as Jean said, be bullied. As a homeowner and taxpayer, this is one fight I would be willing to pay for. You know, my taxes, not be bullied. All we asked was that the height not set a precedence, because once we raise height here, it will happen again and again and again. And we asked them to make the units reasonable, a reasonable number. We're not asking for much. We all think the idea is a great thing. Hell, I'm 58. 20 years, I don't think I'll even see it. So, and also, you know, who wants to wait 20 years for a project? But anyways, that's all I want to say. Hold your guns, don't pass this. It's a great idea. Let's get them to work with us here and not tell us about the state law. Thanks.
Thank you.
Beverly Wiesen, followed by William Bosinger, followed by Kathy Esfahani, followed by Janice Fleury.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, Beverly Wiesen, Marblehead resident. I know all of you got my letter because I got your red receipts that you got my extensive letter that I sent along with Mark McGuire's very nice email. He's a land use attorney. I'm stunned that this went through. And all I want to say is, I know some of you think that you're in for a lawsuit. I've never seen lawyers run from a lawsuit. And what you're looking at is tomorrow a referendum starts because the citizens of this town do not want this to go through. So we will all spend our Thanksgiving holiday collecting signatures, and our outgoing city clerk, I don't know who's coming in, but they're going to be managing, verifying all of those signatures all through the Christmas holidays. We've got 30 days, you've got 30 days, ruin everybody's holiday. Just put a plan together, do a study, make a better project, figure this out, but don't cop out. Don't cop out on us. This was not done well. It was railroaded through. Mr. Duncan should have recused. Even Mr. Knobloch said to the SC Times the day after your last meeting that Mr. Duncan should have recused. But here we are at a second reading. People were there. People heard you. Duncan should have recused. This should be tabled. A study should be run. This should be done right. There's no reason to bust through all of these regulations and be threatened by these people with a lawsuit. Lawyers don't run from lawsuits.
Thank you.
William Bosinger.
Mayor James, City Council members, good evening. My name is William Bosinger, and I reside in San Clemente at 22 Marana. Last meeting, I read a petition signed by several hundred of our residents outlining the reasons our community is not in favor of granting the Memorial Care nonprofit the large number of concessions it demanded in order to develop their 250-unit luxury ocean view apartment building. After almost 5 hours of comment and deliberation, I, like many others, was astounded that some on our small-town city council would support a developer over its citizens, profit over prudence, and backroom politics over the common sense recommendations of your planning commission and concerned residents. The rush to push this to a vote so quickly was both suspicious and disturbing. The San Clemente City Council's mission states it is dedicated to guiding development to ensure responsible growth while preserving and enhancing our village character, unique environment, and natural amenities. This large corporate development is not responsible, does nothing to preserve our village character, and certainly does not enhance our unique environment or natural amenities. This project is nothing more than an oversized 5-story apartment building, which in its current form is so egregious that it requires absurd incentives, waivers, zoning changes, and reductions in long-standing city development standards in height, scale, density, parking, open space requirements. The developer, in this case Memorial Care, is simply asking for too much. Memorial Care does not have our city's best interest in mind. They do not care about the increased traffic, unmitigated parking issues, and view blocking of longtime San Clemente residents. At every step, Memorial Care has worked to cut corners, avoid transparency, and focus solely on their own self-interested profit. This corporation cannot be trusted. I urge you to side with the concerned citizens of this city who will forever be negatively impacted by this mistake, and vote for what you know in your heart is right for the town we all love and call home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kathy Esfahani, followed by Denise Fleury, followed by Rona Henry, followed by Stuart Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Esfahani. I'm a San Clemente resident and the chair of the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition. 2 weeks ago, this council made the wise decision to approve Memorial Care's senior housing development. I hope you will do so again tonight. At the last council meeting, we heard nearly 40 people speak in favor of the project. I was struck by the diversity of voices in this group of supporters. There were many seniors, longtime San Clemente homeowners, who spoke movingly of their desire to live the rest of their days in the city they love, near their friends and family and their favorite restaurants. But they also spoke of their fears that they and their friends will be unable to find an apartment in a senior complex in San Clemente when their time comes to downsize. These seniors know all too well that San Clemente has a serious shortage of senior housing. We also heard from a number of young people. To me, these were the most surprising voices. These young folks who were likely in their late 20s, early 30s, spoke of the importance of creating more senior apartments in San Clemente so their grandparents can stay in town. They want to remain involved in their grandparents' lives, which is hard to do if their grandparents have to move away because they can't find senior housing here. We heard from local social service providers who spoke of San Clemente seniors living on very low fixed incomes who desperately need the 20 affordable units the Memorial Care Project will provide. Your yes vote 2 weeks ago showed that you were listening to this broad swath of residents from across the city who want this project to go forward. They want this development, first of all, because it is so needed. But these residents have even more reasons for asking you to vote yes. They are tired of litigation. It's expensive, and they want the city to pursue common sense solutions to problems. They want to avoid the waste of taxpayer funds. If you reject this proposal, the city will have to start paying $15,000 per month, dating from January of this year, for maintenance costs that have no foreseeable end. And they want to keep the state from seizing control over San Clemente's housing development. If you reject this project and the city's housing element falls out of compliance, San Clemente will be subjected to the dreaded builder's remedy, like Santa Monica was, and we would lose local control over development. For all of these reasons, I urge you to vote again in favor of the Memorial Care Senior Housing Development. Thank you.
Denise Fleury, followed by Rona Henry, followed by Stuart Anderson, followed by Jackie Tranny.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Denise Fleury. I've been very fortunate to be a resident of San Clemente now for over 25 years. First, I would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Duncan and Council members Ferguson and Knobloch for their yes votes 2 weeks ago approving the Memorial Care Project. I hope we can look forward to your continued support and also gain the support of the rest of the council. Census data from 2018 show that senior citizens over 55 comprise about a third of San Clemente's adult population. About 11,000, or half of that number, are over 65. Since 2018, that trend line has continued to rise. Aging seniors often need or want to downsize from a single-family home. The Memorial Care proposal would offer the opportunity for these seniors to also be able to stay close to their community of friends and family. I'm retired now, and I look forward to having this choice as well. Our newly approved housing element plan itself identifies the senior demographic notable in its high need for affordable and accessible housing. The 20 affordable units, including in Memorial Care proposal, are designated for very low-income seniors, of which we have probably 700 who are elderly rental households who are severely cost-burdened now by the rents they have to pay. These 20 units would go a long way toward giving these people an opportunity to ease their current financial stresses and to potentially avoid homelessness in the very low-income senior group. The city has an obligation through RENA and has incorporated into our city's approved housing element plan to encourage and facilitate the building of 982 new homes over the next 7 years. The Memorial Care Project, with 250 apartment homes for seniors, gives San Clemente an extraordinary opportunity for meaningful progress on our housing goals by accomplishing 25% of the total RENA requirements for 21 to 29. I urge the council to approve the Memorial Care Housing Complex. We have a strong need for this complex, a legal obligation, and this project appears well-planned and designed to fit our San Clemente community. Thank you for your public service and for your thoughtful consideration of my comments.
Hi, I'm Rona Henry. I'm chair of Welcoming Neighbors Home, which is a ministry of Tapestry Unitarian Universalist congregation. We have members in San Clemente. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, Council Members Ferguson and Knobloch for voting in favor of the Memorial Care Project at its first reading. I hope your two colleagues on the City Council will reconsider their no votes and join you tonight in voting to approve the senior housing proposal. It's important to think about what the alternatives could be if not approved. There is a very real chance that by not passing it, a headline that is now being applied to the Santa Monica City Council will be applied in San Clemente. Quote, "Builder's remedy debacle shows council delivers the wrong kind of change." An excerpt from the article shows a scenario that could happen in San Clemente. Because the city's housing element was out of compliance, if only temporarily, a window opened up under state law that allowed for any development contract to be automatically approved should it either have 20% affordable housing units or entirely moderate income units. This is allowed under a law passed in the 1990s that has been strengthened in recent years and is known colloquially as the builder's remedy. Under the builder's remedy, the city cannot even refuse a development that is outside its zoning, development, or other ordinances. The article goes on to talk about how Santa Monica's housing element was briefly out of compliance, and during that short window, 16 projects were submitted for approval with a total of about 4,562 units. Because each project had required 20% affordable units, the city had no power to stop the development. Not even the largest development, which would create a 15-story building and add over 1,000 units. We know that HCD is watching what San Clemente does with this site because it's included in the housing element as one of your key sites that enables the city to meet its RENA mandate. If the City Council rejects this project tonight, then the city's ability to meet its RENA may be crippled, and HCD could potentially decertify San Clemente's housing element, leaving the city vulnerable to the application of the builder's remedy, just as happened in Santa Monica. Of course, there are many reasons to support this project. The project will open up more housing options for San Clemente seniors, some of whom may then be able to move out of their larger homes, thus making room for families. And this project includes 20 very low-income units, which is a great community benefit. I urge you all to vote yes. Thank you for your service.
Good evening, Mayor James, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan on Zoom, and City Council members. On November 1st, the City Council correctly approved this memorial care project. All recognize the benefits of this project, although two of you felt strongly that because of height and parking that you voted against it. You don't have the luxury of being able to demand changes. California Law 65915 grants a height concession and waivers. Any attempt to deny these waivers will be fruitless and expensive. Any lawsuit brought by the builder will be won by the builder, and all court costs, all lawyers' fees will be borne by the city. If you deny this project, you'll also be liable, the city will be liable for the $15,000 a month maintenance for the site, potentially retroactive to January of this year. Denying this project would also undermine the city's RENA, which could potentially lead to lawsuits, fines, and even total loss of control of permitting. So I urge you to please do the fiscally responsible choice and approve this project. Thank you.
Jackie Tranny, followed by Ken Rogers, followed by Lenola Rogers, followed by James Watkins.
Good evening, council members and Mayor James. Yes, I'm Jackie Tranny. I am a San Clemente resident homeowner for 26 years. Last November 1st, when you did the original vote on this, there was wide support and acknowledgement of the need for such a development. A wide variety of people spoke in support of it, and there were a few who spoke against it, and some tonight as well, but it seemed like a lot of them were speaking of their own self-interest, which I can totally understand, because obviously, if I were a homeowner and my view was going to be impacted, I would be concerned, I wouldn't be thrilled, but personally, I would want to choose the good of the community and support this. And I think that it is a community need, and that Memorial Care has done their due diligence in working with the city and working with the city, the staff, the council, the planning staff, and the citizens. And it has not been a rushed process. So I would urge you to, again, vote to support this tonight. Yeah, so the state law has taken precedent over city guidelines when a project includes the affordable housing. And that's because of the not in my backyard mentality that is rampant throughout the state of California, and the whole state is so far behind on housing. And I remember 20 plus years ago walking my dog in my San Clemente neighborhood thinking, where are our kids supposed to live? Where are they supposed to buy homes, you know? So if we can have more space for the seniors to move to their apartments, then there's more places and for the younger families. And yeah, so it's just the more housing there is, this is more housing, the more housing there is, the better off it is for everyone. So I think Memorial Care has done a good job of addressing the concerns that have been brought up. So I, again, urge your approval, and thank you for listening.
Good evening, Mayor James and City Council. My name's Ken Rogers. I live at 15 Campanilla here in San Clemente. Love the city. And thank you for hearing my thoughts on Memorial Care's luxury apartment project. I'd like to talk to you about story polls. And Mr. Knobloch, story polls go way beyond view simulation. Story polls will inform our citizens, many who are not even aware of this project, that is being considered in the scope of the project. Doesn't the city council owe it to your constituents to keep our citizens fully informed? Allow them to view the project and make up their own minds. Mayor James stated that he felt like he was being stabbed in the back. It's my opinion that the citizens of San Clemente, Ole Hansen's vision, and our city's mission statement are being stabbed in the back. Why? Memorial Care is over-densifying the area. It does not fit within the surrounding area. Memorial Care will be putting our citizens in danger, especially the youth on e-bikes and seniors. I see it on a daily basis. I'm looking forward to having some very low-income seniors as neighbors. We're all the same. But don't kid yourself. The overwhelming majority of units will be leased as luxury units, and many renters will not be San Clemente residents. The proximity to the ocean and ocean views will command the highest rents. If approved, you will enable Memorial Care to forever change the small-town environment of San Clemente by setting a precedence for mega growth. You will achieve this by enabling the project to go above the 45-foot height limit and other concessions. Parking will be a joke and a safety hazard. The other side has argued that all we want is a 45-foot height maximum because of the view. Contrary, a 45-foot height maximum will also protect our community, make it less dense, healthier, and reduce noise and light pollution. By enabling this project, you will be discarding significant portions of our city's mission statement, all but one. I'm sure that you want a better future for our citizens, to include your children and grandchildren. And lastly, if a 150-unit apartment project can be successfully built in Shore Cliffs, why can't a similar one be constructed on the hospital site? In my opinion, that would be a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor James and City Council members. Here I am again to cite my disappointment over the size and scope of the Memorial Care Luxury Senior Housing Project. I'm glad that they're building this senior housing, but the project is far too big for the site that they want to build it on. Everybody raves about the fact that there will be low-income affordable housing available. There's only going to be 20 of those available. And over 40 at the last meeting were in favor of this. Well, that's only 20 that can live into those units. These 20 units are going to go fast. That leaves 230 units that will be priced at higher than market rate because of the new build and particularly because of the ocean views. We get slammed for talking about losing our ocean views, but these ocean views will be a large attraction for the rental of the other 230 apartments. Again, there's also very inadequate parking. They seem to think that people 55 and older, a couple, only have one car per household. I don't know of any couple under the age of 80 that only has one car. Who do they think they're fooling? Where are these extra cars going to park? Do we really need another medical building built there? There are plenty of medical offices available in the units across the street. There's also the empty Krikorian Theater building that could be revamped for medical offices instead of a large empty space. Camino de los Mares has been widened as much as possible. There's going to be as many more cars on the road after these units are built. I'm worried about the safety of our residents that travel this road on a daily basis. I'm sure most of the people that are approving of this project don't travel Camino de los Mares. I'm kind of unsure even if they live in San Clemente. Also, how safe is the road for bicyclists and especially kids on e-bikes? There's no bike lane. I had to stop today for a kid on an e-bike who was going across an entry to the Ralph Shopping Center on the sidewalk, and he had the red light against him, but he kept on going. I almost hit him. This project's been rejected by the Design Review Committee and also by the Planning Committee. It was unanimously voted down by the Planning Committee. These people are experts at what they do. That's why there's a process to go through these people before it gets to you. If they don't think this project is good in its current size, then why should it be approved? You, the city council members, are voted in by the citizens of San Clemente. You're supposed to be looking out for the interest of the citizens and not your own personal interest. I understand a couple of you may have outside influences that is causing you to vote in favor of this when you know it isn't in the best interest of the city of San Clemente. Do you want to forever change the way San Clemente looks? I certainly don't. That's why we moved here, because we like San Clemente. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
James Watkins, followed by Grace Todd, followed by Connor Medina, followed by Diane Scott.
Good evening, council members and Mayor James. My name is James Watkins, and I'm a San Clemente resident of 22 years. I support the Memorial Care, Senior Housing, and Medical Facility Project, with the majority of my family living in San Clemente from the ages of 5 to 92. Our matriarch at 92 has been here since the 60s. I think the people who have helped build this great city of ours deserve to be able to stay in the city that they love. I ask you today to please approve the proposal for all 250 needed homes for our seniors, in addition to the health services that will benefit our community. This housing project will help local seniors age gracefully in the community that they call home, and will be able to help address the overall housing shortage affecting San Clemente families. This project has been designed to complement the architecture of the community while creating minimal impact to the traffic or the views. There are San Clemente seniors who want to continue to live in the community, but would also like to downsize their current home. They're limited to their options. Meanwhile, Memorial Care has been able to offer up this senior housing in San Clemente. The proposed health center will be available to all San Clemente residents, and it will include primary care physicians and urgent care specialties. The proposed health center will play a key role in meeting San Clemente's evolving healthcare needs into the future. And I urge you guys to approve this project now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Todd. I've lived here for 21 years. I have 3 kids, and we raised them here. They're ages 21, 18, and 16, and they love San Clemente. And I'm here today to support this Memorial Care Senior Housing and Medical Facility Project and thank those that approved it at the last meeting. And I think that this project is the result of thoughtful collaboration between the city and the property owners and the local residents for the needs of our residents. We know there's a growing need in Orange County for housing for our aging population, and it's going to help our seniors stay close to their families. We learn a lot from our older generation, and we should cherish them and give them the opportunity to be involved in the lives of their grandchildren actively. I think from what I've seen of this design, it really does look like the Spanish Village by the Sea architecture. And with the affordable housing, it fills a state-mandated need for the city. I've said before that I drive by this project every single day, the property, and it's just been sitting there vacant, not serving the community for so many years when we've come up with a solution that will serve our residents. I hope you'll move forward with this progressive vision for San Clemente. And lastly, I want to say that I recently met some local business owners who have lived all over the world. They were from Venezuela, and they've lived in south of France, Australia, all over, and they said nothing is like San Clemente, and that's why they choose to have a business here and live here. And so I think that our seniors should be able to continue to be part of this special place as much as they can. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor James, Honorable City Council. Pleasure to be back in San Clemente again. My name is Connor Medina, representing the Orange County Business Council, the leading voice of business in Orange County, representing a very diverse array of industries and businesses in our mission to enhance our region's economic development and quality of life. OCBC is proud to continue supporting the Memorial Care Senior Housing and Health Center project. This is the fourth time that we have spoken in favor of this project. Since the study session, we have been proud to show that the business community supports housing solutions. This council wisely voted to approve this important and sorely needed housing project 2 weeks ago, and it was evident then that business, housing advocates, healthcare, and Ms. Esfahani said 40 diverse members of the San Clemente community backed that decision last meeting. The Business Council's work on housing policy goes back decades. It's one of our 4 primary issue areas. We want to help facilitate the development of new housing because the housing shortage is an existential threat to the economic vibrancy of Orange County. We need housing across the board, including for seniors. Research conducted by OCBC in partnership with the Orange County United Way and other community organizations finds that older residents over the age of 65 are the only population segment expected to grow from 2022 to 2060, reaching 29% of the population in 2060. So this is an investment in San Clemente's future. This is a forward-thinking decision. The business community is aware that housing is a determinant of one's overall health, and due to this, we are seeing a variety of industries driving, supporting, and partnering on housing initiatives, including healthcare providers. This project will help local seniors remain in the community that they call home and will help address the overall housing shortage affecting San Clemente families. The Orange County Business Council respectfully asks that you please maintain your prior approval for this well-planned senior living and medical facility project based on the significant benefits that it will provide to San Clemente businesses and families. Sometimes it takes courage to vote yes on a good project, and we are incredibly grateful for your courage. Thank you.
Diane Scott, followed by Judy Jones, followed by Anna Davis, followed by John Conk.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for letting me speak this evening. My name is Diane Scott, and I have been a San Clemente resident for 30 years. I support the Memorial Care Housing Project and Medical Facility Project. This is one of the most exciting and appropriate projects I've seen in many years. I ask you not to delay and please approve this project today for all 250 needed homes for our seniors and additional health services for our community. This housing project will help local seniors age gracefully in the community they call home and will help address the overall housing shortage affecting all San Clemente families. According to the demographics that I reviewed, San Clemente has the highest senior population, only second to that of the Laguna Hills population. This project has been designed to complement the architecture of the community while creating a minimal impact to traffic and views. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Good evening, City Council members and fellow citizens. My name is Judy Jones, and I'm speaking here in favor of the Memorial Care Development Plan. First, thank you to Council members Duncan, Ferguson, and Knobloch for approving this the last time. The plan has several advantages for our community and for our affordable housing requirements and goals. These were addressed a lot by previous speakers, so I will not repeat all those comments. But I have some personal opinions about this too. And I've been a 26-year resident of San Clemente. I've become a senior citizen here, which I wasn't when I moved in. And I live 1/2 mile from the closed hospital on Camino de los Mares. And so I drive by there frequently. I see the abandoned buildings, the ugly fence almost every day, and I'm hoping to see an improvement in there soon. In addition, the aging population of San Clemente demands that we provide more housing for seniors, and me personally, I want to keep my senior friends in San Clemente. So please do approve this plan.
Anna Davis, followed by John Conk, followed by James Joe, followed by Tom Leary, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Anna Davis. I'm a 20-year homeowner here in San Clemente. I gave you my story 2 weeks ago. I'm going to try not to repeat that, but at the end of my statement 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I told you about, we sent a big send-off to the San Clemente High football team who was going to their CIF round one, and after a nail-biter, they lost that game to Chaminade, which was just a heartbreaker. But I bring this up because I think, as a proud Triton parent, I have to tell you that I think San Clemente sports is a great way to get a view of this community. There's no better place than one town, one team here in San Clemente. Go to any sporting event at San Clemente High. What are you going to see? Amazing athletes, wonderful supportive coaches, and families. And those families just aren't the parents and the siblings. Those involve grandparents, and for a few very lucky families, it also involves some great-grandparents. I know my in-laws are some of those people in the stands every week. My father-in-law's Parkinson's and my mother-in-law's bad back that requires her to walk with a cane do not stop them from coming to those games to see their grandchildren. So I think your job as a council tonight is to look at what are the concerns in this community, what are the most important pressing concerns, and what are the legitimate concerns. So I would say a legitimate concern here is families and keeping families like my family and my extended family together. As I said, my in-laws are there. They're there all the time for my kids. And we want to keep them in town. Now, we've had the experience right now, we're living through it, of them having to get more appropriate housing for their age and their disabilities. Hopefully you all look like you're very able to walk around. You don't need to worry about stairs at this point, but if you get to that point, the price of housing in this community per square foot, now I'm not a realtor, so don't quote me on this is just based on our experience, is almost 2 times per square foot is the price of a home that's appropriate for seniors in this community. We need more senior housing. That is a legitimate community concern. We need to bring down the prices of all the housing for seniors in this community. That is a legitimate concern. Now, I realize these houses, I believe, are going to be rentals, so it's not, but just providing more supply reduces demand, brings down the prices. That's a legitimate concern. What are the other concerns that we're hearing about tonight? We've heard about safety concerns, and we heard about this 2 weeks ago as well. Traffic concerns and parking concerns. Now, are those legitimate concerns? They might be individual legitimate concerns, but are they legitimate community concerns? Because what I heard 2 weeks ago was if those buildings were 5 feet shorter, I am 5.5 feet tall. 5 feet shorter, all of those safety concerns go away. The parking concerns go away. The traffic concerns go away. There are legitimate needs in this community that we need to think about. You heard from...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Conk, San Clemente resident and homeowner. I think everyone here is in favor of senior housing and in favor of affordable housing. I don't think anyone has stood here and said that they're not. I think we all are. This project, though, is simply just too big, too dense, too tall, has insufficient parking for the site that it's proposed to be built on. It asks for too many waivers, too many concessions, and you've heard about that from many, many people. I was recently made aware that Councilmember Duncan was working closely and behind closed doors for a long period of time with Memorial Care, discussing and negotiating on behalf of the city without being appointed by the city council to do so. I know he was appointed to a committee related to the lawsuit, but not related to the approval of this particular project. Councilmember Duncan should have disclosed this ex parte communication at the previous city council meeting, and he did not. I want you to consider that, whether or not he should have been able to vote related to the project without making that disclosure. Also, I wanted to point out, after the public comment period of the last city council meeting, There was a lot of discussion between the applicant and the city council members, and there were some statements made which were completely incorrect and not true. And I wanted to clarify a few of those for you. First of all, there were statements made many times, not just once, many times, that the parking proposed for this project meets city standards. We all know that that is not correct. They said that in their presentation. It doesn't meet city standards. They're asking for waivers on the parking. They're asking for a shared parking program. It doesn't have appropriate visitor parking for the senior apartments. And we all know that visitors are very important to seniors. They need a place to park. Second thing, it was stated that some in the audience, and I think they were talking about me in particular, believe that an addendum was not the appropriate vehicle to approve CEQA for this project. This is also not correct. I agree an addendum could be used for CEQA on this project, but the addendum should have been circulated for an official public review and comment period. As you know, and as I've stated at previous meetings, the housing element EIR did not include this project when it was distributed for public review. Therefore, the addendum that's being used to approve CEQA for this project should have been distributed for public review. No one in the city was aware that this project was occurring during the public comment period for the EIR. They're also not aware of it now. That should have been made available for an official public review and comment period. In closing, just don't be bullied by the threats that you're hearing tonight, that you're constrained by state law. This is all new territory. You have the responsibility as a city council to approve or deny a project based on its merits. If they came here with a project that was proposed as 10 stories high, would you be forced to approve it? No, you wouldn't. You need to approve a project that's appropriate for this location, fits with the community, and this one does not. Thank you.
Sir.
There are a couple, James Joe, is he here? Did he leave?
He's coming right now, it looks like.
Okay. Followed by Tom Leary, and then followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Who?
Thank you, Mayor and Council Member. I appreciate all your courage to make that decision. I know it wasn't easy. I know some of you may not have agreed with it. But I want to stand here and say thank you so much for voting yes on a very difficult position. I know that it wasn't easy, but I think you're doing the right thing. And as I shared with you in the past, you know, we see every day where seniors are forced to sell their house because some of these houses are pretty large and they're hilly, and when they get older, it's a little bit harder to stay. They have no place to go. There isn't any senior housing that's appropriate here. We do need that. It's necessary. And our seniors actually want to stay where their family's going to be. Every day, or at least every month, I see seniors having to move away from San Clemente. The way the San Clemente is designed and our city is, you kind of have to move away to get even rentals, even to get decent rentals. That is seniors appropriate, right? So if this is this building, and I know you guys all reviewed it, so I know you guys already saw how it's built. I'm pretty sure you guys already know, and I haven't heard one person say it wasn't going to be built properly for the seniors. This is what we need. This is what our seniors need to be able to stay in their community. And like a lot of the people that you heard today, their families are still here, and we want to stay here. And this is what we want from our families as well. We don't want to see them move away unnecessarily, especially that what we could sell these houses for. Yes, we could afford a little bit more expensive, views and all that stuff. That's what they want. We want to be here. This is why we're here, and please allow more housing. I mean, this is what, 25%? We have another 75%. We have a lot of work to do, but this is a great step in the right direction. And honestly, I'm not sure what Santa Monica happened and all that stuff, but it doesn't sound good. Please protect us from it, because we don't want that here. I'm so grateful that you guys are making that hard decision. I know it's not easy, I know, but I'm so gracious, and it's so gracious that you guys, and honored that you guys were making that tough decision for us and helping us move in the future, that we can all stay around and address what we call, I heard somebody say that we're going to be doubling our seniors. double in the next 10 years, where are they going to go? You know, are we saying not in our city? No, of course not. These are our grandparents. So thank you so much again. Please prove this so that we can move forward and provide additional housing for our seniors. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor James, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, council members. I want to thank you for your engagement on this project and on this issue. And I want to thank everybody here, even the folks that have spoken.
Speak to us, please.
Okay. I would like to thank the folks here, including those that have spoken in opposition to the project. We very much respect your public engagement and your thoughtful comments, and so I think everybody's to be commended for the way in which they've approached this project. We spent a lot of time at the November 1st council meeting talking about the virtues of this project, so I'm not going to repeat those here. Those are already part of the record. There are some elements of the public engagement, though, that I feel I have to respond to, and that is the mischaracterization of this being something that Memorial Care is bullying the city into, or that we haven't been transparent. Nothing could be further from the truth, and that is a complete distortion of the record. Think back to February of 21. It was the city's idea to come forward with housing and senior housing, and it was driven by the obligations that the city is facing relative to the state. And the city came forward with the idea to utilize this property to help satisfy that obligation. The city has been transparent from the very beginning. This has been included in the housing plan elements filed with the state. And as recently as last October, the city is on record saying that this property is designated for 239 units. It's in the housing element. Now, the consequences of that are between the city and the state. You don't need to look to me to understand that. You have your own advisors that can speak to those issues. So you'll have to assess the significance of that. But the suggestion that this is being forced down your throat by Memorial Care is simply untrue. We have been working with the city staff collaboratively from the very beginning to meet this need, and we think we've done just that. You may say, why now? Why now? Because you have all of the information before you that you need to make this decision. These have been studied. It's in the record. The now closed public hearing established those findings. It's time to make this decision and to move on and allow this property to be used for the benefit of this community. I know there's questions about Memorial Care's intention relative to timing. I'm here today to tell you that we have no intention of dragging our feet on this project. This property has been vacant for 6 years. It's time to put it to work, and we will do just that. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. Wayne Eggleston, San Clemente. This is the first time I've been in the new council chambers. It's very impressive, first class. You should be very proud of yourself. I was on the city council for 12 years and on the planning commission for 4 years. And our previous city attorney advised us over and over and over again, never, never meet with the developer alone to design a development. And if we did, we were obligated to disclose that at the city council meeting when we voted. Now, this probably doesn't pass the smell of our current city attorney, but I must tell you, the majority of San Clemente people will take a look at this, and it's going to smell to the majority of our residents in San Clemente. I know there was a subcommittee that was formed, but it was for the intention of settling the lawsuit. It was never to design a project in closed doors with a developer. Is that a ethics violation? Is it? Or conflict of interest? There was no transparency here with our council. with regard from that council member to the rest of the council. It was behind closed doors, and it's just not right. You know, I've talked to the other mayors, previous mayors, and they all concur with what I'm saying this evening, by the way. So what do we do this evening? There are several alternatives. Number one, this conflict of interest, perception of conflict of interest and ethics violation will hang over this council member's head for the rest of his political career. It won't go away. It will not go away. That's number one. Number two, I would ask you to continue this issue for the next city council. It's a huge project. It needs study. You, last time, spoke as a council on about an hour and a half about this issue. We've had projects before, huge projects before, that went on and on and on for long times. This was rushed through. Third, why not just put this on the ballot and let the people of this community decide what to do with this project? We've had other ballot initiatives, either through referendum or vote by the city council. We've had open space, which won by 70%. We've had restrictive height limits at Shore Cliffs, which won by over 54%. And then we had the North Beach Playa del Rey project, where the city owned the land. We all owned the land. The city was going to sell it to a developer. They had seized it through eminent domain.
sir.
And was going to sell it for $1 million when it was appraised for $6 million. Thank you.
I have to gavel you, Wayne?
That's all the cards.
That's all. Council members. You had some questions.
Well, you know, Mr. Leary made some statements.
Are you on?
I am on, I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Leary made some statements of, I'd like him to come up because I need you to answer a question for me. Mr. Leary,
Are we
do you
going
come
to
up?
have are we going to have another, no, okay.
So
never
the
mind, go
public
ahead.
hearing part, or it's not a public hearing
It's
anyway.
not a public hearing.
Yeah. Could you come up, because I need this answered. You're trying to make a record that the city approached you and asked for housing.
That is correct.
Who is that? Because I don't know who that is. I would like the names of who approached you to do a housing project.
It was the members of the hospital committee, Mayor James and Mayor I don't believe they were the mayor at the time, but it was Councilmember James at the time. and
When was that?
Councilmember Gunkin. It would have been in February or March of '21.
Okay. I'll ask the council members what they thought at that time, but that's what I needed to know. So I thank you very much, because I actually, as a council member, do not know that fact. So when you say that, I'm not aware of it, so I appreciate that. Okay, that's it.
That is contrary to my understanding, Councilmember Ward, but that's fine.
Ask me the question.
It's fine. I'd like to know if the subcommittee at that time, when you initially started talking about housing, how that actually came up, or if it was your understanding, because it seems like I heard something at the last council meeting, that you weren't aware that Memorial Care was then going to come in and talk about state law, how that we had absolutely, I think I heard tonight, we were severely hampered from doing that.
I will say that this project, I enthusiastically support. This project is a great project at 45 feet, within the standards of our.
Maybe get closer to the mic.
Can you hear me? No. This project is something I enthusiastically support. You can't hear me. Okay.
It's red, it's red.
There we go. This project is something I enthusiastically support. I think it's a great project within the confines of our general plan.
Okay.
And that was never discussed on being over our general plan. Additionally, I have concerns about the traffic study. I have concerns about the parking study. I think we should do that. our one obligation, and city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, our one obligation as it relates to the settlement is to rezone that property, right?
Yeah, either to reverse the zoning from before or to come to some new zoning that the city and the
And there
applicant.
lies where I'm really confused on why we haven't done that, why we're putting the cart before the horse. I don't want to. I have some things to say. I don't want to take up any more time.
Well-
But did I answer your question?
I have more information than I've ever had, to be honest with you. And I have to wonder, and I'm really, it's unfortunate that Mayor Pro Tem is not here tonight, so I hope he's listening to the words. He is not here for me to look at him eye to eye. But to me, I have an issue with the process. I have a huge issue with the process. Things that some people said, done behind closed doors, no one knew what was going on, done privately, it's all absolutely true. I'm a council member, and I'm telling you, I did not know that this was being, negotiated. I heard, this is what I heard, Memorial Care thinks they want to do a project, but they're not sure. They're willing to, I didn't want to go into the $15,000 a month. I wanted to settle the lawsuit, but it was said they want to do it, so they're going to waive it. This is not the way San Clemente does a project. This is not a way any city does a project. It's never done behind closed doors. It's never done secretly. And that's why I'm asking the subcommittee what you thought, because then I know we had the first time I really saw it was our, what was that called? Study session. Oddest thing I've ever attended, where we had the complete planning commission and the city council with us, and none of us knew what was going on. We couldn't understand this project because they're asking for 7 different things, all at one time. We tried to tell them at the time, this project is so messy that you need to clean it up and you need to tell people what you're doing so that we can understand it. I watched the planning commission try to turn themselves into a pretzel. I watched their meetings late, right before our council meeting. I wasn't able to look at the council meeting or the planning commission meetings. Design review, they tried to figure this project out. They tried to work with you on it, and they tried to make it be a project that would have public support. But what I'm really upset about is the actual process. You were on the subcommittee, but I don't understand how a subcommittee can meet with a developer, and I don't even know how many times.
Wait, you're mischaracterizing.
Okay, I need to know that.
They were not a developer at the time. They've turned themselves into a developer. They were someone we were in litigation with.
Okay.
And we were looking for a way out of the litigation. We were looking at a way out of the $15,000.
But you now understand we simply had to give back the zoning and put it back to what they were entitled to, the general plan.
Absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you can understand my disbelief in how we got here. Now, I had Memorial Care met with me. The staff made us available, and we were going to do 2x2s. Apparently, there was no council member to be with me, so I was by myself. I asked Mr. Leary a direct question, how many stories this was, because there was nothing to look at, and he wouldn't answer the question. He wouldn't tell me how many stories it was, so I asked him, leave some elevations with our staff, and I'll eventually see him. So I still thought, and I still think today, that all that we had to do, or that we said that we would do, is we would consider a project.
That's right.
But right after our study session, and I believe that was in August. September 8th, we get a letter from their attorney saying, we're not going to do this process, and you have to do all this, and we're asking for everything, and you don't have any say. So that's news to me. And it's just interesting. I feel like like this discussion got led down a road. I really do. Good intentions, but the execution was not good. And I actually think whoever you met with shouldn't have met with you without our attorney present if you thought it was part of talking about a settlement. But I will tell you, this was not the direction that we were going. So it's interesting to me to hear that you suggested housing, or maybe you just discussed housing with them.
To be clear, we did not start off discussing housing. We started off discussing how to settle this.
Why would you do it without the city attorney?
City attorney, we had that conversation, and I believe we had that conversation on this dais, and was agreed upon that Mayor Pro Tem and I would be a subcommittee of two.
I don't think it was at the dais.
No, I think it was.
If I may, or are you asking the city attorney? Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I'd have to check the minutes to know the genesis of that appointment.
Check the minutes.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't believe it. No, I'm not done yet.
When are you
Well,
going
you
to be
know,
finished?
No.
It wasn't like Duncan and I just out of the clear blue just declared ourselves a subcommittee.
No, I do remember when it was, and we actually, it came out of closed session, so we can't really talk
Okay.
about it, okay? But it wasn't from the dais.
Okay.
So there's no record of any closed session after that where we got an update. So when I tell you I didn't know, I was not updated by the subcommittee. And then all of this started showing up, and in January 2021, there's a letter to Ms. Savage all about the project, but I didn't see it until it was actually in a staff report. So my notice is when this came to the council and it was in a staff report. That's not a good process. I feel like, Councilmember Duncan, you let me down. You didn't just let me down, you didn't make it so I could do my job for the city of San Clemente. I've been on city government for almost 10 years, carefully doing this, and I feel like I haven't been able to do my job and represent the citizens of San Clemente, but I also think that the residents have been let down. I'm disappointed tonight to see everyone come in again tonight and show their signs and all that. I don't think anyone has said we don't want to see a housing project there, but we want to see something that's the right size. I heard tonight a very nice gentleman, I think he's a retired attorney, very nice, come up and say that they are going to be ruthless and it's going to be expensive. So I would say that doesn't seem like someone that you were trying to talk to be a partner with. Certainly not for me, but my issue is the process. It wasn't good. It's not how the city does things. It shouldn't be how a developer does things either. And they are in the development stages now. You don't meet with the subcommittee. You don't have a deal. This always had to go to the city council. And the way that it was daylighted to us was not how we do things. I think the only remedy that we have is because we're being told now all this, because you didn't come to us and there wasn't an update and it didn't come.
Wait a minute. Just wait a damn minute.
No, I'm not trying to do that. Because it didn't come to me, I didn't have the ability at that time or the council to say, you know what, we need to do a study. We need to do a study because these points are starting to come up. But that didn't come to us. So the only remedy that we can do now to do an informed decision, because right now they're saying we have to do 250 units, and it's because they say so and they want them. We don't have any choice. I actually think we do have a choice because Memorial Care, actually, this is not a mixed-use project yet. It's not mixed use until we actually give them the zoning change. The mixed use is what allows, and we give you the zoning designation to, I don't know, CC4. With a CUP, a conditional use permit, you are allowed to do senior housing. That's when you get the entitlement. All of these things are entitlements. That's even said in your requested entitlements. They're all entitlements. A CUP is completely discretionary by the city council.
Mr. Noblock.
I still reserve my right because I'm not
Come
done.
back to you.
Can I respond to the attacks?
Yeah.
please.
I'm still waiting also.
First, I'm happy to let Councilmember Noblock speak, but I mean, frankly, I'm shocked. I've been serving with you, Kathy. I know you, Wayne. You know that I'm not an unethical person. I did not do anything unethical here. I have no conflict of interest. I have no personal stake in this project. I was working with Mayor James to try to resolve the lawsuit. I got the project when everybody else got the project. I didn't know what it was going to be like. The reason that they focused on housing is because we put that in our housing element to have this be housing. Kathy, that's how we got our housing element approved, was because of this lot. Okay, we all voted on that. Everybody, all 5 of us. That's the reason that it's in that it's housing, not because of some backroom deal that Gene and I did. We were just trying to resolve the lawsuit, looking at multiple options. They came forward with this option. Then it's come forward to the Planning Commission and through the normal process with staff, where you could go look at the same materials I could. I didn't know what it was going to look like till I walked in and got the same materials you got. So this implication is unfair. It's not anything I've done on council. I'm not sure where it's coming from, other than personal animus to Memorial Care or something, or maybe me.
Absolutely not. That's not true.
I don't have any personal animus towards any of you, so I'm very hurt by these attacks because I have no personal stake in this. I'm trying to do the best thing for the city. Okay, that's where it begins and ends. I've never done anything different, and I won't ever do anything different.
Chris, I'm not saying that
you just attacked me and you said unethical, okay? Then you did.
The process was unethical, but I'm not sure you meant to do it. I think you didn't know that you had to report back to the council.
Okay. Mr.
That's
Noblock.
where I'm talking about the
There was nothing to
process.
report back.
You know, I think on this project, I'm disappointed to hear about all the suggestions of impropriety and secretness. You know, this project was processed in a fashion where the owner of the property filed an application. It was reviewed by staff. It was reviewed by the Planning Commission multiple times through multiple public hearings. We even had a joint Planning Commission City Council information meeting, which I've never seen in 20 years of my involvement with the city, and to hear about this project, and we've had now 2 public hearings. I think the issues were vetted. You know, in every project where there's contention, there's always hints of impropriety, hints of, you know, I used to work for a developer, therefore you must be part of the development cabal, and it's evil and it's terrible. You know, this project has been thoroughly vetted, and I know there's some difference of opinions on height and waivers, but you know, one issue that did concern me, and we addressed it last time, and I want to ask again of our city attorney regarding CEQA and the review that one of the gentlemen asked about the proper review, and I think that was pretty well addressed, but I'd like to hear that explanation again, because I think that's an important one.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. As was indicated at an earlier stage, when housing throughout the city was being addressed in a CEQA document, the elements of this project at that conceptual level were discussed and covered. A long time ago, as this project emerged with more specificity, the city looked at any distinctions between that prior analysis and actuality and concluded with an addendum that there were no distinctions, that every imaginable impact had been discussed at that prior tier. And so there was full compliance with CEQA.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that, you know, in every significant issue in this town, there's going to be difference of opinion. At the last meeting, we had probably 2/3 or more of the people speak in favor. Tonight, we've had twice as many people speak in favor. I haven't changed my opinion. I'm prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time.
I think Ms. Ferguson has a few things to say. Councilmember Ferguson, please.
Thanks, Mayor James. Yes, I just wanted to just clarify the timeline so folks here know. Yes, there's a settlement agreement that we've been operating under, and Mayor James and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan were the subcommittee to be the liaison, so to speak, with Memorial Care. The lawsuit was actually settled in June of 2019, when I was on council maybe 8 months or so. We had a different subcommittee at the time, because that precedes when Mr. James and Mr. Duncan joined city council. So regarding any backroom deals, there were not any. I actually made a proposal to rezone the property to its original form, commercial 2, back around March. But instead, in lieu of that, the majority council subcommittee suggested the subcommittee go meet with Memorial Care to delay that, defer that, so we wouldn't have to pay the $15,000, because that was about to be triggered, which was what prompted me to request rezoning it. So the subcommittee went and discussed with Memorial Care, and during that time, yes, the subcommittee did propose, in order to meet RENA as well, and repurpose that property, because we put forth lots of money, efforts, time to recruit a hospital emergency department. It never happened. It was never going to be viable for that. So therefore, they couldn't come talk to us behind the scenes, because it would have been a Brown Act violation. So the council found out about it in its due time, proper time, that this project was coming forward. Let's see. So that's really the nuances of that. So there was no improper actions taking place behind the scenes. It was just following process in the law in that regard. I do have a couple of questions for the city attorney. It came through in an email, and I thought it might be helpful if we asked you these couple of questions so the public knows what's at stake. So one question is, would the applicant have been victorious in court if it chose to take legal action?
Thanks, Mayor and Council. I don't want to publicly handicap outcome of challenges that might arise, but I will reiterate what I said last time, is that this is happening under the context that takes a lot of discretion away from the city, and requires, with the information that the council has before it, that it approve housing projects unless there's substantial evidence in the record, which you don't have tonight, that it will create significant adverse environmental impacts. Your staff analysis says that it won't. Or that the scale and scope of the project is unnecessary to write down the affordable units. You're required to take both of those assumptions on faith and grant the project's variances that are requested unless you have substantial evidence to the contrary. While I just have the mic, I want to read you the preamble of the statute that you're referring to, Councilmember Ferguson, and that a court would pick up and read as it looked at a challenge. And I think you can reach your own conclusions about how we would fare. I won't do that here publicly. The statute says it's the policy of the state that this section be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval of provision of housing. It's the intent of the legislature that the conditions that would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety, as described in paragraph 2, I just mentioned that, arise infrequently. It is a policy of the state that a government not reject or make infeasible housing development projects that contribute to meeting the need determined pursuant to this article without a thorough analysis, independent, I think, of the economic, social, and economic effects of the action. If you get that wrong in a lawsuit, then you pay the attorney's fees of advocates that sue you. So I just want to read that to you. It's not a full answer to your question, but it's on record.
Thank you. And then just one more I just wanted to ask you. Did the nature of the project override the height limit in parking as well as density? So it sounds like you kind of answered that anyway. That was the second one.
Substantial evidence.
And then lastly, if no variances were being sought, did the council have a legal right to vote against an application?
If no variances were being sought. This applicant has been submitted under the density bonus law.
Variances and concessions.
That's the landowner's prerogative to do and to seek the corresponding concessions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, City Attorney. I appreciate that. Well, yeah, you know, it's what it is we have to deal with in the state of California. You know, cities are creatures of the state. When it comes to housing, we have to comply with concessions and variances under density bonus law. And, you know, if not, we do face, you know, huge litigation costs, and it's unlikely we prevail. We've seen that in other cities already, and I worked at a city that didn't have a certified housing element, but wanted to fight additional, multi-apartment complexes, and after spending nearly $4 million, just, had to allow it. But I'm saying that because it's not winnable, and I think Memorial Care has done a fine job with working with our subcommittee and coming up with a project that is reasonable, and that in the end, I believe it's going to be an asset to the community. And had Memorial Care just sold that property to someone else, and we learned this, in all the information been provided, this project could have been, twice the size. It could have been 6 stories instead of 3, and far more units. So that's all I have to say, but I'm prepared to vote. Thank you, Mayor James.
I have something. This problem goes all the way back to 2016 and the actions of council then. You had council members in front of the hospital with a bullhorn. That wasn't helpful. Someone earlier said politics, that we're experiencing politics over citizens here. I believe that. I have to ask, do we want to become Dana Point or Huntington Beach? No, we don't. I don't care whether this is 5%, 8%, 10% affordable housing. I'm fine with any one of those numbers. I am just not fine with a tall building exceeding our general plan. And I fail to understand, of all the work we did with Memorial Care, in which I thought they were partnering with us, why can't they continue to partner with us and build something within our general plan? I'm very disappointed in that. I'm very disappointed in their lawyers sending us threats. I mean, that serves no purpose. The reason why Duncan and I met with Mr. Leary, because he was not acting as an attorney, he was acting as a corporate officer of Memorial Care. And this was taking the attorneys out of the equation. And I think we did a very successful job. I know you don't agree with that, Councilmember Ward, but I think we did a very successful job of lowering the temperature and having respectful dialogue. However, with that, I am not pleased at all about the project. I'm not pleased at all that it went in front of our Planning Commission and Design Review Board, I think 6 times. And
Yeah, you're right.
5 or 6, whatever it was. And I would like for this to be an opportunity to once more lower the temperature, once more, step back. And for those people who think that this is going to happen overnight, no, we've given, we've given them a 20-year development agreement. That we could have that eyesore there for the next 20 years. So that's all very, very problematic. And I'm also concerned about the precedent it sets. One lady who's here from Marblehead, she wants to protect her views as well. And I want to protect my views. And I know last time Mr. Knobloch said we don't have an obligation to protect views, but we have an obligation to protect our citizens, our taxpayers. And that's what I want to do. I really don't understand why Memorial Care can't back away from their posturing and their position and have a discussion with our staff on what that project should look like. I'm going to tell you, if this project goes forward and someone pushes for a referendum, I want to be signature number 1 on that referendum.
I'll bring it to you tomorrow.
because I'm very disappointed in that. But any suggestion that there was any hanky-panky or nonsense going on when Chris and I were in negotiation, discussion's the better word, with Mr. Leary, is completely out of hand, and actually, I resent it.
I apologize, but when the applicant's using the word negotiation, that's what I hear. I have no prior knowledge. I only know what I hear in the public.
We'd have to go to Webster's, but I certainly didn't think we were in negotiations. I thought we were in discussions, which is hypothetical.
I appreciate that, but Mayor, with the concerns that you state, and with the concerns that the public has, Councilmember Ferguson brought it up, density bonus law, all of those requirements, there's actually a solution to this problem that every single council member we could take. We could say, we could move for staff to do a study. We can direct staff right now to do a study of an EIR on this and an economic study, and we could find out with certain knowledge what size this project has to be, how many units that have to be built to justify the density bonus law. We can do that. We should do that because it takes it off of us. It helps this entire discussion. It might be that it doesn't need to be this many units. If it goes down in units, it's going to go down in size, in density, and it's going to make the parking work better. But we can actually do that. That, Councilmember Ferguson, that is an actual concerns that you said. Why would we not take the time and do the study now? Why would we not do that? It doesn't make any sense to me. It seems sensible and prudent.
With a 20-year development agreement, why does this decision have to be made tonight?
It doesn't, but they brought it to us, and they rushed it through the design review and the planning commission, and when it didn't work there, they said, we're taking it straight to the council. So, Chris, I'm sorry that it came out that way. I was trying to say that because we were never informed what was going on, you never came back as a subcommittee in closed session. No, you could. In closed session, you absolutely could have done it, and it's not your fault. You know, it just is how it went down. But it doesn't change that it didn't happen best practices. You and I were on the subcommittee for the toll road. We never did anything that we did not discuss with the city council. We got direction, and we met with the city attorney and the city manager every single time we met with OCTA, TCA, and the County of Orange. We did it every single time. That's best practices.
I'd like to make a motion if that's appropriate.
One second.
Wait. So,
as did Duncan and I, went to the city manager, went to the city attorney after every discussion with Mr.
you should have come back to us. That's the thing that I'm talking about, that
Mr. Novak.
we didn't get to say that we wanted to do a study.
I would like to move that we adopt ordinance number 1737, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving and adopting an addendum to the San Clemente Housing and Safety Elements Update PIER under the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving general plan GPA 22-097, zoning amendment ZA 22-098, and development agreement for the mixed-use project with 254 rent senior residential units and a 7,500-square-foot medical office to subdivide one lot into two lots to rezone the priority from Regional Medical Facilities 1, RMF1, to Community Development 4, CC4, and to change the general plan designation from RMF to CC, located at 654 Camino de los Mares.
Second?
I would like to make an alternate motion, and that is that we rezone that property at the earliest opportunity, and that the city conduct its own parking and traffic study. And
Can I modify that?
yes,
Okay. So more formally, it would be a motion to table the second reading and direct staff to initiate a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment to revert the zoning for this property back to the original zoning intended in the general plan, and direct staff to seek an EIR study and an economic study, which I think will solve the traffic study.
and parking.
I'm sorry, and parking.
Second. So, motion by Ward, second by James, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
No.
No.
Chris, I'm counting on you. He said no?
And I have to say.
Chris, would you reconsider that vote?
Point of discussion.
Kathy can't.
I can't hear him.
Point of discussion about my vote. What you're proposing can't work. I understand where you're coming from. I wish there was another way. That's not possible. If we go down that road, to Laura's point, we're looking at a way bigger project than this. Their position is a compromise. You're acting like
Not
they
if
got
Memorial
everything.
Care was a true partner.
They could go way higher and way bigger. The reason they're not is because they have something to gain from resolving this matter too.
So
And it was
Point of order, I think he's, the maker, the voter is explaining his vote. I think we've passed the conversation mode, we're in the voting mode.
Don't cut off the discussion. This is too important to the city. Let us discuss it.
I'd just like to make-
Don't
votes
do
have been-
that.
the votes have
No,
been
don't do
cast.
that. He's not here.
made-
We're having trouble communicating. Let's
Point of
do it.
order, I'd move the original motion. Call for the
No, you
question.
can't do that. We're still in discussion.
Th-
Chris?
We've discussed it and we voted. We've voted 3-2 against the substitute motion. I call, point of order.
We've already done the
I
question.
request, I call the
No.
original motion.
He's cutting off discussion, and I would ask the mayor to please not do that.
Point of
because
order,
this is
for the
important.
parliamentarian.
I have to
It's,
side.
no,
with
I don't
the-
think you do.
I'm
it-
go- Well, then, whether I need.
Call for the question on the original
Please, go
motion.
ahead.
I think
call
it's
for
an
the question
improper
on the original
motion. It's made at the
motion
wrong
again?
time.
I read the entire, would you like me to read the entire motion
No,
again?
Yes,
no.
please.
No, he read the entire thing.
Let's get this right.
I
Please read it.
read it for the, I read it.
He
and
read
was
it into the
seconded,
record.
And then you made a substitute motion. So
Right.
I'm calling for the original motion. I don't know that we need to read it again.
So,
but,
motion by Noblock, second by Ferguson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. James and Ward are no. Disgusting. Disgusting.
I hope the city clerk's looking forward to working over the holidays, because you'll have 6,000 signatures.
Ready?
City Clerk.
Okay, returning to new business, item B, this is the bicycle parking at Riviera Beach access. And I don't have any cards on this item.
Do we have staff report? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break if we can't have decorum in this. Thank you. Please. You're on.
Good evening, council. I'm going to give you a quick update on some potential bike parking at the Riviera Beach access. Staff was asked to assess the possibility of adding bike parking in this area due to the number of bikes and e-bikes present, especially on the weekends. A little bit of background, the beach access currently consists of 3 planters containing mature landscaping and a center walkway with steps leading down to the beach. It is located on a cul-de-sac between 2 residential houses. Due to the location and community interest that this project has generated, the staff feels that the project should be vetted with public input. A coastal development permit from the California Coastal Commission may be required. Staff did look at some initial conceptual ideas of removing the 2 planters along the adjacent fences, removing the center walkway, and installing some bike racks and light landscaping and doing some other minor improvements. We feel like the design, construction, and permitting costs could be around $200,000 or higher, depending on the improvements that we want in the area. So staff feels we should initiate the project by conducting some community meetings to gain public input and determine if there's neighborhood consensus. And staff recommends that if it's the desire of the council, that we include this project in the fiscal year 23-24 budget as part of the capital improvement program due to the cost needed for design, construction, and permitting. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
You agendized this.
I did. Well, we all got the I think it was a petition from Riviera. So we don't know what it's going to cost. So we're not approving 200,000 tonight. You're just giving us a high-level assessment of it. Okay. So one of the things that came up, just so you know, is that there's a planter that's in front, and that's where everyone sits on it so that they can get picked up and they have all their stuff. There was mention of maybe they would chip in and do a big city bench there, and that would save us some money too. So as you go through working it out with the neighborhood, that'll come up, and I think we can have some savings. But I'm all for it. I mean, we saw the pictures. The bikes are incredible at that. Isn't that crazy? It is. And they're so heavy.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Yeah, good. But they're so heavy, just real quick, the bike racks really have to be for e-bikes and, okay, they're really
Motion by
different.
Noblock, second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You heard? Yeah, he heard.
Okay, item 10C is update on parking violation reduction and traffic safety improvement plans on Via San Gorgonio. And I have 2 cards. First speaker is Amanda Q, followed by Aaron Washington.
I think I have there we go. Next slide, please. One of the important factors is that a concerned citizen came to the city council meetings and started talking about the issues at San Gorgonio Park regarding pickleball noise, the sidewalks, the people running traffic signals and whatnot. San Gorgonio Park has traffic issues with speeding, disregard for stop signs, and pedestrian crossing unsafely. In response to this, the council has proposed signage to and increase OCSD and civilian traffic patrols to curb these violations. But my concern is that Captain Benfield, I think, spoke about this at one of the meetings, and he said that there wasn't OCSD available on the weekends. So I just don't, I want to make sure, I want to confirm that, and I should have spoken to him before. So sorry, Captain Benfield. Next slide, please. So basically, this is my little chicken scratch here. Sorry, I had some problems with it. But the signage that you want to do basically should be moving up for the yellow ones up to where the blue ones are. And I'm so sorry, there's supposed to be a little arrow, and it's there because by the time you see the signs, I mean, it should be by a little bit closer to the entrance. And, there's so many people run stop signs coming out of San Gorgonio Park. So, I mean, these are moving violations that, of course, if you get 3 of them, you get your license revoked. Next slide, please. Line of sight issues as the slope, foliage, and angle of the hill may cause issues with the drivers slowing down and not seeing any pedestrians and speeding up. That's why we need to move the signs closer to the entrance. Marked blind spots with red, and then no pedestrian crossing signs accompanying an intersection sign. So notated possible area to move signs to with blue. So that was the little blue marks. But I'm really concerned about this. I mean, there was a former candidate who who I took to San Gorgonio Park, and we sat there in a span of like 30 minutes, because that's all the time that she had. But she videotaped, and I'm sorry I didn't have that, but Martina videotaped it, and there was all these cars that were just one after another, just doing rolling stops and just going right through the stop sign. And I think this is really a safety issue, and this needs to be addressed, and we really need someone there.
Thank you. Mr. Washington.
Hey, Council, I'll be quick. I was, when I was on BPNR, I sat out there on a Saturday. I read the staff's recommendation, and I concurred with what they have, but for the speed on that road, I sat there and just watched cars run the stop sign, make the turn, and skateboarders making the turn. I think you would really need like speed bumps. I don't know if that's what the residents want, but that's the only way you're going to slow it down, because you know that the sheriff's not going to be there the whole time, and I don't think even the CSOs can be there at a time. But the thing was speed, and speed, I think the only way you're going to control that is either dips or road bumps. That's all I want to add. Thanks.
Okay, concerned resident?
You can just run the video constantly for me if you wouldn't mind, Megan. Okay, staff is recommending 2 of these and 3 of these as a way to cure this. There is no way that these signs will resolve the safety issues on Via San Gorgonio. There is only one way to resolve this, and that is to reduce the simultaneous activities in the park. Not activities in the park, just simultaneous activities in the park. The master plan requires BPNR consider the impacts of city park facilities negatively impacting the surrounding residential area. You were emailed an elite soccer agreement. I asked you to look at item 7, field use and parking. It addresses city parks with athletic fields that have limited parking. This is definitely applicable to San Gorgonio. 7.4 says, in an effort to reduce the impact on parking and congestion in these parks, the city will limit the number of permits on weekends during league play and summer months. 7.5 says, when scheduled at neighborhood park fields, Elite must coordinate game schedules to reduce overlap of game times and allow for adequate time between games for players leaving the park to vacate the spots for people coming in the park. City staff must be aware of how overuse of San G creates unsafe traffic and unsafe pedestrian conditions, or these requirements would not be in these agreements. San G is a neighborhood with only one way in and one way out, and that is on Via San Gorgonio, a 40-foot wide residential street with no through sidewalk. The city has built about 20 parks in San G, and yet San G is the only one that staff knowingly allows usage that creates unsafe traffic and unsafe pedestrian conditions. BPNR has total disregard to the San G neighborhood. Why do you keep asking Public Works or Public Safety to come up with a solution? They have no control over the amount of traffic San Gorgonio Park is creating. Why don't you ask BPNR to solve the problem that they create? First, require that BPNR consider the available on-site parking when permitting activities. Second, require BPNR enforce all sport organizations limit the number of simultaneous games and allow adequate time to switch parking spaces. Problem solved, no cost to anyone. Safety, especially for families with small children, is everyone's concern. This is an agendized item, so you can give this direction to staff tonight. Thank you.
There's no more cards.
Mayor?
Yes.
I can, on behalf of BPR, we acknowledge that we can do a better job of managing those contracts. We can do a better job of scheduling those events, and we are determined to do just that in coordination with any other extra work that Ryan and Zach do. But we can do a better job. The language in the contracts is clear, it's unambiguous, and we believe we have the authority and in the exercise of good judgment, we can improve the circumstances as they exist today.
God bless you, Mr. Joyce.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I appreciate that because I was thinking the same thing. We have contracts with all of these soccer, and clubs, but I am aware that the city, we don't have enough fields for all of these, so it's going to have to take looking at it comprehensively altogether. It can't just be the users at San Gorgonio. We got to figure out how to share. And it's one reason why, we built Visitors Hermosa, and we have 2 empty lots that, are probably going to need to be fields. And that's a long-term thing that we need to look at. But we have available space, and we're just not using those areas in Visitor Hermosa, and that is our premier sports park. So it's not a bad idea. Also, I just have a question to staff. So 5 signs, and what I don't understand, she held up some signs, so that helped me a little bit. What does a side roadway sign mean to people?
It's a good evening, Council. Zach Ponson, Assistant City Engineer. A yellow side street sign is to warn drivers that a side street is approaching. And so when you see yellow, it's a caution. So it's basic, and then same with the pedestrians. You're entering an area with high pedestrian traffic. And so that's why you're seeing the yellow caution.
A lane, could be an alley, could be most.
It could be any of those things. And due to the high amount of traffic coming out of that side street, that's why the sign is being recommended tonight.
Okay, so side roadway. So
Yeah.
these 5 signs, are they going on people's property?
No, they'd be going within the right-of-way. San Gorgonio has enough right-of-way to put the signs in.
Where would that be? In the sidewalk? On the curb?
On the residential side of the street, there is sidewalk. And then on the other side of the street, there's dirt behind that curb. And so,
I just wanted to know, because I remember when I wanted to add street sweeping requirements to southwest San Clemente, that they balked at the number of signs that we would have to put on the streets, and they said, no way, we don't care, we don't want it, because, they don't want signs. So, but I understand this is a safety issue, and that's a different issue. So it's not as discretionary as street sweeping. But I don't have any other questions. That was I didn't know what a side road signage was, so that was interesting. Mr. Kim, it's nice to see you, by the way.
Mr. Nobler.
Safety issue is important. I guess I'd like to ask Captain Benfield if he'd like to opine on the ability of traffic enforcement on the speed and the turn through the stop sign, rolling stop.
He always makes the dramatic walk up.
It's far. Mayor, Council, good evening. Yeah, so there was a comment about our enforcement capabilities. I may have misspoke during a previous conversation, but we may have been talking about the hours of either park rangers or code enforcement as it relates to the later evening hours. I don't recall the conversation, but we do have enforcement capabilities 7 days a week, so that's not an issue. I've recently heard that this is kind of the off-season for the parks. I'm not sure when the video was taken. It looked pretty busy if that was recent, but our understanding is that this is kind of a little bit slower season, but we're happy to take a look at any concerns or problems and send our people down there. Any of our deputies, and not just the motors and the CSOs who typically do parking, but any of our deputies can enforce any of those violations. So,
Do they rotate through there on a regular basis? Can you enforce? I mean, I've seen a lot of patrols recently on Pico, and I just wondering if.
yeah, it's
They can
something that we
look at that area,
specifically
'cause it's-
asked our motor deputies to take a look at, particularly on the weekends, and our CSOs to head down there and tell us what they think, because we've heard all kinds of problems from, possibly an engineering issue with how far back the stop sign is set to whether or not the curbs are red and whether or not that would help. Fire hydrants that can't be seen. Many of the issues you all have heard at these council meetings. So there is some concurrence of our people that, yeah, there are some improvements that could probably be made to help.
Tickets get the message across real quick to the people that are using that street.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
One of the things, and this is going to be a separate topic, I'm going to agendize this in the near future, but one of the things, we do speed studies, but we do speed studies with our trailer, which displays your speed. Well, a lot of speeding is inadvertent. And so people look up, see, they slow down, and when that speed is recorded, it appears there's not a speeding issue on that street. I've seen that time and time again.
True.
And I almost think that speed studies should be done surreptitiously without it being obvious you're going through a speed zone.
Good point.
I'm not going to agendize that tonight, but in the new council.
Well, thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you, Captain.
So,
Go ahead.
no, I just, somebody needs to make a motion.
Motion, can someone make a motion?
I'll move staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I heard Duncan that time.
I did too.
Passes 5-0.
Okay. Next item is traffic analysis for Avenida PALIZADA corridor. I have one speaker card from Amanda Q.
My 6th agenda item that I'm speaking on. Next slide, please. So this was from a St. Clemente Times article back in 2019 by the late Fred Swagels. Next slide, please. Basically, Fred Swagel asked Lori Dunchuk about the traffic. And basically, she had mentioned that there was $262,000 for the Safe Routes to School grant from the state-funded the PALIZADA project, including that stop sign that we all love. And so I know that Steve wanted to put, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say Steve, but the city council was thinking about putting or doing a study regarding a roundabout. But doing a roundabout is just going to increase the level of that and, have, dangerous area there. And she mentioned here, she told me you can't just swap out that stop sign for say, a yield sign, which has been suggested. Caltrans won't permit a safety downgrade. Next slide, please. Here's another city article in the San Clemente Times, City Council to tackle bottleneck at PALIZADA. This was in January. And of course, our Caltrans was already had communicated, next slide, please, with the city regarding the PALIZADA exit. And as we've seen, I mean, they're our friends. But, basically what they're saying is that it's the city's responsibility for their own local streets, layouts, driveways, sidewalks, and use permits and traffic operations. And so that really should be done locally. Next slide, please. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is that at the January 18th City Council meeting, I spoke regarding traffic signal. And I couldn't think of the word traffic signal synchronization, but Tony Hughes used to bring that up at the TSA Board of Directors meeting a lot. And I suggested that back in January. So you learn a lot when you go to TSA meetings for, what, four years or so?
Every meeting.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad that they're going to, I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Kim last week about this, and I'm glad they're going to be studying a traffic signal synchronization. So it's just a matter of timing it correctly, and I think I'm of support of that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you. Council members?
I originally asked that this matter be considered, and when I mentioned the roundabout, it wasn't, it was because of the distance between the stoplight at the off-ramp and the light on Estrella. It's a very short distance, and if you come off that exit on the freeway, to get into the center lane to get downtown, you got about 50 feet to cut across if you're in the second left turn lane. It's problematic.
It's hard making a left as well.
Yeah, hard to make a left and very difficult. And if you want to go through that intersection, it's even harder because then you have to switch lanes if you're in the left to start with. But my point is, I had suggested a roundabout, not just in the current right-of-way, but to expand it into Valero. This report doesn't say anything. I appreciate the possibility of signalization and synchronizing them, but in my mind, we haven't seen any analysis, and we've mentioned it several times every time this issue comes up. And I was with the city, the temporary interim city manager a week or two ago, and said, the consideration needs to include the possibility of a roundabout touching that abandoned gas station there at the intersection. And no one likes eminent domain, but for a legitimate public purpose, eminent domain is constitutional, and it can be a benefit. I'm not sure if a roundabout would work there, but I haven't seen any analysis from our traffic engineer to say it won't work. There's not enough room, or there are other solutions, and that's why I asked that this come back simply to say, where's the analysis on a roundabout large enough to move traffic without having to stop?
Did we direct staff to do that?
We did not.
We talked about a roundabout when I first asked that it be agendized, but I didn't make it clear to talk about maybe even encroaching. I might have mentioned, I don't recall.
Let's just do a motion and direct staff to work.
Mayor, I would disagree that our city traffic engineer said they found design limitations to doing a roundabout.
let's
That
the
is,
traffic engineer
it is, but
talk
it's
to it.
in there already.
There are three words. They have found design limitations. I have no idea what those limitations
I
are, nor do
actually
I
do.
know if those limitations can be reasonably overcome.
Let's hear it. Staff?
Good evening, Zach. Good evening, council. I'm Zach Ponson, Assistant City Engineer. Tonight with me, I have Ryan Kim, our new traffic engineer. I'll be pretty short with our presentation. We do have an analysis of this corridor between the Caballeros and the El Camino Real section of PALIZADA. In our report that we did look at the potential of doing a roundabout regardless of the right-of-way. So one of the design considerations that's a major issue is the proximity of all these streets to each other. You simply can't squeeze in a roundabout at one of these intersections without it backing up to the next intersection. There's only about 200 feet between each one of these intersections. To properly do a roundabout with multiple lanes, that is the diameter you're actually looking at. So it physically can't squeeze in the circle. Regardless of how wide you want to go, it's the length in between those intersections that's the problem. And so we don't need I don't think, a very detailed study to do that. We can certainly look at it with Caltrans and look at that potential. And I've actually brought it up to them. I'm in their monthly meeting for the I-5 HOV project. They are actually in the process of looking at a roundabout at the Caballeros intersection. And their preliminary analysis is even a roundabout on that side of the freeway won't work because of the proximity to all these other intersections.
So even if the city had all of that property that is that abandoned gas station across from Valero, it still wouldn't be enough room, in your opinion. Is that?
It's the length, not the width in this
okay.
case. And really quickly, it's not just the Valero, I'm going to call it Tony's Locksmith. They have a driveway there too.
I appreciate that. I wasn't aware of that. I've never heard that before. It wasn't in the report, and I haven't heard that before, so it's the first time I've heard it, but I appreciate your thinking on that, and I can kind of understand, so thank you very much.
And we can definitely look at that when we get into the synchronization with Caltrans, and that'll be the talk with that study. And the synchronization will be the hardest part because El Camino Real is already synchronized, and now we're going to have to tie in a T to that synchronization and try not to mess up El Camino Real because that's part of our MPAH highways. And so that'll be
Good luck with that part of it.
It's going to be an interesting study. Thank you.
Councilmember Novak, you have a motion?
Yeah, I would move I think we just probably need to table this item, so. unless
Actually, it
there
says
are-
that we include the traffic analysis for synchronization and implementation
Oh,
into
okay.
the coming
Yeah,
CIP.
I'll move the
budget.
staff recommendation.
Second. Motion by Noblock, second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and keep working
City
with
Clerk.
Caltrans.
Okay, next is resolution authorizing specified pay grade changes for hourly part-time aquatics classifications and adoption of revised hourly part-time salary schedule.
Do we have
I do
public
have
comment?
some cards on this one. Okay, first speaker will be Kim, sorry, I can't really read this. Starts with a W, followed by Jamie Debussy, followed by Marianne Johnston. They here?
You're on.
I don't know about Kim. Who's Kim? Okay, you're up. Okay, I'm up. All right. Okay, good evening. My name is Jamie DeBussy, and I am not a resident of San Clemente. I am a resident of the south end of San Juan Capistrano. My kids both graduated from Shore Cliffs and from San Clemente High School. And since I retired from teaching at Shore Cliffs, I've been able to participate in your beautiful pool complex that you have on Vista Hermosa. It's wonderful, and as a non-resident of San Clemente, I do pay an extra fee on top of the fee that we pay for the classes to start with. And my concern is that you have made a huge investment in that beautiful complex and with those beautiful swimming pools, but they can't be used because there are no lifeguards. And there are no lifeguards, we hear, because the pay is not competitive with what other employment is in the area. So it's a shame. I look at that small pool every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and think, oh, wish we could use it, but there's aren't enough lifeguards. So anyway, please vote for an increase of the lifeguard pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome. Good evening. I'm Marian Johnston, and I also swim at the Hermosa Center, and I appreciate it. It's such a beautiful facility. And I swim there Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And we also have Ole Hansen Pool, too, which is so historic. And I know we have a crisis of hiring lifeguards throughout the country, but the way you can get lifeguards is to pay them more. So I'm here asking you to support pay raise for these lifeguards and maybe get, a full-time position. But it's sad. I see it, we'll have one lifeguard call in sick and they cancel the pool for that day. And it seems like a waste because you still have to heat the pool, you still have to maintain it, and it's not being used. Especially the little pool that Jamie mentioned. It just sits there covered and not being used, and it's been that way for months. So we really need some more lifeguards. And they're leaving their job because, one, they're stressed because if they're not there, they realize the repercussions that happen, and two, they can go to Panda Express or Starbucks and make more money and have less responsibility. It's a huge responsibility to be a lifeguard, and we should pay them for that. Thank you.
No, I think there's one more.
Okay, was Kim West Ryder, she's going?
Quite a few people here. You can't get between seniors and their sleep.
Thank you.
So,
Go
ahead.
Make sure they're not
Okay,
here.
so-
Catherine Stefani, Jane Burke.
Jane, Sue, you can call me Sue.
Okay.
I'm here. I've been, whoa, you can hear me now, a resident of San Clemente since 1982 and love the classes that through Parks and Rec, and like these other ladies, have been doing the water aerobic classes at the Aquatic Center. And with the lifeguard shortage, when school started, all of a sudden, we were sent to Ole Hansen, and we lost a lot of the participants in the class. And I appreciate very much those lifeguards. I know the amount of training they have to go through, and they have to keep it up, and the responsibility, and they just are very, very underpaid. And I would like to be able to continue my classes. I'm immune compromised, so I need to be outside, and that's one of the few options I have. I had to give up my community center classes because of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patty Schaefer. Okay, that's all the cards.
Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. I also have Hannah Thordahl, the Human Resources Manager, here today. This is a joint report in front of you. We also collaborated with our Financial Services Officer, Jake Ron, on some of the fiscal impact as well. I will be brief in my report because I do think the staff report covers the objectives. This is coming back to the Council at the Council's request. And there's a couple factors that I want to make sure the Council knows that we're working through. We are in the process of the part-time employee class and comp study. We've kicked that off. We've done a series of meetings already this week. That's going to look holistically at how we pay our hourly staff, not just lifeguards. That said, this pushes this forward a little bit quicker for our lifeguards, and the intention is to make this, if council goes with the recommendation tonight, it would be effective November 28th, and we would be able to start advertising at a higher rate and compensating our existing lifeguards at a higher rate as well. The gist of this report is to shift all of our existing pool lifeguards up the salary scale, so while they will start at $16.95, they can go up to $20.60. I do want to note that there are 3 positions for our pool staff. There's pool lifeguard, a water safety instructor, and head lifeguard. The caveat to that, we are really looking for 5 a.m. to 4 p.m. staff. That is a very hard niche to fill. That's why we are seeing the impacts on water aerobics and a lot of our aqua exercise classes. So that said, we are also seeking authorization from council to allow the city manager to grant what we're calling a shift premium for that challenging time frame of up to 25% of the hourly rate. It's most likely will land in the 19 or 20% range, and that would take any of our lifeguards at the head guard at the very top at about $24 an hour, and that's going to shift out depending on our current staff. So with that, I will conclude my report, and I'm happy to take any questions if there might be any.
Council members. HR, did you have anything to add? I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Oh, no, thank you. I think Sam summarized it. We're just available for any questions on specifics.
Council members, any questions?
Entertain a motion?
No, I'm going to make a
Okay.
comment first.
Right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, because we have been penny wise and pound foolish with $10 million worth of assets that have been sitting there that the community could be enjoying. My only question is, do we increase fees at some point in time? And when and how much?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mayor
Particularly
James.
for out-of-town people.
Yes, so I'm glad you asked that. The intention from staff is once we bring the full class and comp study back, which is expected in late winter, early spring, around February or so, I'd also like to bring a resolution that will increase user fees. That is how we intend to offset the increase in costs as well.
Will you have a breakdown of how many users are residents and non-residents?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Very good. So I want to thank the interim city manager and you two for moving this along. It was hot, we needed to do it. Thank you.
It was not in our budget, but you all worked on it, so I really appreciate that.
I have one quick question for Samantha. We had gotten the suggestion that we try to use coaches from the various teams or other people who may be certified lifeguards and just happen to be around the pool to fill in the gaps. And I like this suggestion because I think we should get creative. Did you pursue that option? And if so, what was the outcome?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. We have pursued that option. I've met with the water polo coaches and the swim coaches separately, and also spoken to the principal at the high school and the athletic director to extend that option. The option still stands today. Maybe this will be a more appealing, attractive option to gather or get some of those folks on board as well. They do need to be city employees, and they're fully aware of that, but the option does stand.
No takers, though, at this point.
None at this point, that's correct.
Keep in mind, just the water polo youth program is 350 kids, right? That's a lot of kids we could be serving. So, thank you.
Do we need to read the motion, or do we?
I think.
I'll move all
No?
four recommendations of staff.
City Clerk, you okay with that?
It's a resolution, so the title
I
needs...
was afraid she was going
I
to say
knew
that.
she was going to say that.
That's why I was ready. So I move that we adopt resolution number 22-41 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting specific pay grade changes for hourly part-time aquatics qualifications classifications, and adoption of revised hourly part-time salary schedule and updated job descriptions, and amending resolution number 22-29 and any other resolutions in conflict therewith. Number 2, authorize the city manager to establish an hourly part-time shift premium of up to 25% of the hourly rate of the pay for employees working in the classification of pool lifeguard, water safety instructor, and head lifeguard. Fund an additional recreation specialist position and approve a supplemental appropriation for an additional recreation specialist in the amount of $62,500 to account 001-625-41010 salaries, regular, full-time. Number 4, approve a supplemental appropriation for pay changes to pool lifeguard positions in the amount of $107,550 to account number 001-625-41030 salaries, hourly, part-time.
Second, Motion by Ward, second by James. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Ladies, thank you for staying with us here for the whole night. We enjoyed having you. And not only that, you had.
As a non-resident, my kids think they live in San Clemente, so, because they went to San Clemente schools and I.
We're gonna surprise them. Thank you.
Okay, and next item is code amendment, parking recreational vehicles on city streets and alleys, and we have one speaker card from Amanda Q.
Oh, my gosh. As a resident of San Clemente for over 50 years, you have to, there's no way around it. You have to be involved, But when at the Public Safety Committee, actually, it was a public forum. Oh, no. Yes, it was a public forum or town hall meeting, sorry. I brought this matter up about City Ordinance 10.28.230. And so I'm all for this. However, I was wondering about the maximum round-trip RV parking extensions because it says 6. And I was wondering how that came about, if we could reduce it to possibly 4 extensions per year. I think that would probably help out, that matters as well. But I'm glad that the city attorney looked into this and decided to put, the addition of adding about the 36-hour period, consequently effectively giving them 3 full days. I think he had different terminology regarding that because I wanted to add section stating there must be a time gap between the 2 loading periods. As written currently, this would allow for a person to run both 36 periods, consequently effectively giving them 3 full days to block a city street or alley. And what I said at the public safety town hall is that people were taking advantage of that. Rather than going to San Onofre or State Park in San Clemente, they were basically parking right in front of their homes by Maxburg Park. And so they were calling OCSD to get an extension. So the way the wording was in this ordinance, it was really different. So they were thinking, okay, you can get an extension and get 36 more hours to park there. So then one person was parked there for about a week. And so I think this will prevent people from parking there and abusing this city ordinance. And, I do love my town, so I just feel that, being involved is really important. So anyways, I'm glad that this is going to be amended, but I hope that you can reduce the amount of parking extensions that OCSD can give from 6 to 4. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. City manager, city attorney, anything to add?
No, I think the public speaker gave our staff report. This was just a bring back that the council gave us from the town hall.
I would just offer that our work continues. We didn't want to wait to bring everything back. We rather move as quickly as we know you want us to move on responding to these interests and concerns. And so the work, again, does continue.
Again, city manager, it's another example of you moving things along, and thank you. City council and council members, anything to add? Can I have a motion? Go ahead.
Oh, you?
Oh,
No,
I thought
I saw you pick it up, so I was.
Okay, I'll make the motion to adopt staff recommendation to introduce ordinance number 1739 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 10.28.230B of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to parking recreational vehicles on city streets and alleys.
Second.
Motion by Ferguson, second by Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Duncan?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. City Clerk?
Yes, oral communications, part 2. I have 2 speaker cards. The first is Rick Leffler, followed by concerned resident.
Glad it's so nice and cozy here for this.
Thank you for spending the evening with us.
Yes, okay, last council meeting, I wasn't here, but I was watching on YouTube, and I saw a very bizarre accusation come from an unidentified woman. I say unidentified because I, unlike this woman, don't like to dox people. Her allegation was that there was some type of collusion between myself, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, and somehow my wife regarding the memorial care development, and that some part of this collusion was overheard by her attorney, at the post office. I don't know if you remember our October 4th city council meeting where I showed a poster of the carnival and talked about selling tickets to the carnival and said we had pre-sale tickets available. That was on the 4th. If you'll notice a text from Duncan on the 5th said, hey, I have a hard time reading. It was something about carnival tickets. I said, I'm in San Diego right now with my son at the emergency room. I have my son's release papers here because I didn't want anybody to think that this was some kind of convoluted part on me to fabricate something here. So on October 6th, he said, or I said, you need the tickets, thumbs up. You want to meet me? Yeah, at the post office. And that's where we met. Talked about changing the tickets. I saw this unidentified woman slithering around the post office, but we had no conversation. I saw no attorney. Maybe this woman will enlist the aid of a group of wind talkers that might be able to take this and decode it somehow to find some kind of collusion. Duncan is for the project. I'm against the project unless it goes down from the 4 stories. While on the planning commission, my wife seconded the motion to deny building the project, which was ultimately voted on unanimously and denied by the Planning Commission. I have supported candidates for races. The unidentified woman does not support those. Obviously, a huge personal issue for her. I cannot understand how this would motivate this person to fabricate this obviously false accusation of collusion between myself, my wife, and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. This unidentified woman is obviously obsessed with me. I hope this obsession ends immediately. I don't want to find any rabbits in my microwave. This woman consistently speaks on virtually every item on the agenda, and I wish she'd leave me out of her conversations. While I'm sure she researches most of her topics most of the time, I hope you'll consider how authentic her motives are when addressing this council, taking into account her bizarre allegations regarding myself and my wife's participating in this conspiracy as hallucinated by this woman. I'd like to have Twilight Zone music right now. I wish I could. And anybody that hears this, any of you or any of people in this audience here who thinks that there's some kind of collusion by what you've seen here, you need to be wearing the same tinfoil hats as this unidentified woman. Thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Unidentified, concerned citizen.
That wasn't me, I swear that wasn't me. Can anybody hear that? Speaking of subcommittees and not answering questions, I have made repeated requests. I'm sorry, but this is what I live with, so it's hard to concentrate. Oh, you can't hear it? Okay, there you go. I have made repeated requests for Ms. Ward as a pickleball subcommittee member and BPNR Director, Ms. Wiley, to answer, where's the CEQA? Or the exception before 8 pickleball courts were put in Sanjay? Where's the traffic impact study before 8 pickleball courts were put in Sanjay? Where's the noise impact study before 8 pickleball courts were put in Sanjay? Ms. Wiley, I am sorry to say this, but she has a history of lying. In 2019, she told council that every resident within 300 feet of Sanjay received notice that the city was considering putting pickleball in Sanjay. Not true. I have the mailing list from the city of who received it. My residence is not on it. I live across the street from the park. Ms. Wiley failed to tell council that she directed staff to obtain decibel readings of pickleball and it exceeded her requirement of pickleball in city parks. Recently, Ms. Wiley lied to her commissioners. She denied any knowledge of her decibel reading of pickleball. Ms. Wiley tried to lie to you tonight until Councilmember Ferguson educated her that she does not have authority to override your directives. Ms. Ward could not concentrate while hearing a low decibel of pickleball when I was standing at the end of the room, way in excess of 20 feet. I'm living with this sound from sunup to sunset 7 days a week. And tonight, I'm going to be subjected to it for another 3 years or so. I'm no spring chicken. 3 years is a lifetime to me. Pickleball has been put in community centers in residential or neighboring cities. You need to stop the pickleball noise in San G. I cannot handle this any longer. Thank you.
So, do you have something to say?
I just want to say, I am not aware of any subcommittee at any time for pickleball, and I never was a member of a subcommittee.
That's what you told me in an email. I'll send it to you.
Or have you ever been a member of a subcommittee?
Now and never have.
So I'll make a motion to adjourn to the adjourned regular meeting to be held on November 17th, 2022 at 4 p.m. for the purpose of conducting interviews for the city clerk and city treasurer. The next regular meeting will be held on December 8th, 2022. Part 1 of the regular business meeting will commence at 5 p.m. and closed session will begin at 6 p.m. Part 2 of the business meeting will commence at 7 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente, California. Second, all in favor? Aye. We're out of here.
I just wanted to point out it's December 6th, not December 8th.
6, sorry, my contacts
That's
start
okay.
failing me late at night.
I understand.